Check, check, check. 1, 2. Hey, Beck. Is it okay if I burn a little bit of sage up here? Yeah? Cool. Right on. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hi. It's so good to see you all here today. Even though I can't really see, you all just look like a very bright light in my eye, but I can feel you all here, your beautiful presence. So thank you so much for being here, and welcome to the Portland Psychedelic Society Psychedelic Symposium. Can you raise your hand if this is your first Psychedelic Society event ever? Cool! That's so awesome. Beautiful. Well, welcome. The Portland Psychedelic Society is a nonprofit organization based on the stolen lands of Portland, Oregon, and we are dedicated to providing inclusive spaces for psychedelic community and supporting people through education and integration and research. We envision a world where everybody has the freedom to explore their consciousness through psychedelics, plant medicines, and other mind-altering substances and drugs. And yeah, we're really happy that you're all here today. It's such a beautiful thing to be able to bring so many people together in one room and provide community as medicine. And so I'm just really glad that you're all here. My name is Evan Segura. I am the current president of the Portland Psychedelic Society. I am a mental health counselor, a Chicano activist, and excited, really, really excited for today. We've put a lot of work into making this happen, and I just want to shout out and thank all the volunteers involved in bringing this together. I want to give a shout out to the Abbey and to Beck for helping us organize all of this. And yeah. Yeah, thank you all. Thanks, volunteers. Yeah. It's been really beautiful working with everybody to put this together. The Portland Psychedelic Society is an entirely volunteer organization, so all the intention, everything put behind this is just like from the heart of people that wanted to share the knowledge. And so yeah, I'm going to run through some logistics here. I've got a few other things just to say. As an opening, I have a breathing exercise that we can all do together to kind of tap in, and then we're going to bring our first speaker in. So, and then I also, my friend Holland is going to talk a little bit about the kava and the mushroom tea that we're offering today. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So just a note about the vendor spaces around the venue. Please try to keep it down if you're talking to anyone, if you're like making friends here. We ask that if you want to like continue the conversation or the connection to head downstairs. We have a bunch of water stations and then some volunteers building some clay mushrooms and doing some other cool little arts and crafts downstairs. So if you want to connect with folks and scream, please go downstairs. That's all we ask. Yeah, so there's crafts downstairs, there's kava and mushroom tea here, there's amazing vendors and sponsors sharing information about the work that they're doing for the community here. There are chocolate bars provided by Dr. Bronner's Chocolate, and so if you have a little booklet, you've got a little ticket in there. If you bring it to the merch table, you can get a free chocolate bar. So if you haven't done that yet, feel free to head over there. And while you're there, please buy a t-shirt. I don't know if y'all have seen these, but they're like so cool. Yeah, they're super awesome. Seriously, please buy them. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the intention of this event and what we're doing here, and a little bit more about my involvement in the psychedelic space. I moved to Portland around 4 years ago. I was actually hitchhiking through Oregon with a friend from Canada and happened to stumble into a Portland Psychedelic Society event that was being hosted and presented with Paul Stamets, who's a mycologist that does amazing work for the world. And I met this gentleman who was the photographer for the event. His name was Matt O'Brien. And he was telling me about the work that he was doing sitting underground for people providing psilocybin ceremonies. And I was just fascinated. I was 18 years old. I love mushrooms and was just like, I can't believe that I met this dude 30 seconds ago and he's just telling me about this. Like, what is going on in Portland? And so, long story shorter, I connected with him afterwards, and at the time was studying a lot about mushrooms and how to grow them and their importance in the ecosystem. And he had reached out to me and let me know that he was having some trouble sourcing intentional medicine for his clients. So I told him, I was like, call me anytime. I'm happy to walk you through steps to grow your own. And he said, how about you just move to Portland and live with me and my family and grow mushrooms for me, and I can teach you how to sit with people. And I was like, okay, yeah, right on. So I came back to Portland, and I dedicated my life to the movement that's going on here. And my friend Matt, he actually passed away 9 months later. And so I just want to have a moment of silence for my dear friend that brought me here and that really kind of planted the seed in my mind of like what was possible and what we should all be working towards together. So I'm just gonna take a deep breath and love you, Matt. Yeah, I'm really grateful for the way that I was brought into this space, and part of my mission is to make sure that that door is as open as possible for anybody else that has a similar passion and wants to dedicate themselves to healing other people with these medicines in ways that I'm sure that we've all experienced or maybe have a desire to experience. So the intention behind the symposium is to really kind of uplift and bring together the amazing people that are right here in this city that are also dedicating themselves to expanding healing. Your neighbors and your community members that are doing so much to make global history. I mean, what we're attempting to accomplish here in Oregon has not been achieved anywhere else around the Western world, I should say. These sacred medicines have been used for tens of thousands of years, but we're all trying to find our ways back to them in a way that feels safe, in a way that feels comfortable, in a way that it paves a path for a bright future ahead. So, yeah, I'm just so proud and so honored that we have such a beautiful community here, and I'm really happy that you are all finding your way into that community however you see fit. So, yeah, with that, I'm going to give some space for Holland to talk about the kava and mushroom chocolate, and then I'm going to come back on to say a few more things. But everyone, give it up for Holland and Nalu kava.
Hi, everybody. So I'm with Nalu Kava. We are up the street, and I'm trying to think of what angle to go with the kava, because you can go from like the spiritual, more like, journey side with it. You can also go with the more technical, medicinal side. But I'm feeling called to speak on, so the kava is 3,000 years old, maybe longer. For this long, the South Pacific Islanders, Hawaiians, Fijians, Samoans, Micronesians, they've been hand propagating the kava plant. So it's pretty beautiful that our human ancestors have continued the planting of this. for us to enjoy and drink. They called it the drink of the gods. They still do call it that. And it's a beautiful drink. I invite everyone to take a journey with it. It's not like something you drink just once. You do kind of want to, make friends with it and see how it speaks to you. Medicinally, it reduces stress, anxiety. It's an antidepressant. I drank a lot before I came on stage because I was like, can I do this? Yes, I can, because of the kava. So, yeah, it's beautiful medicinally. The University of Hawaii and Australia, they've done a ton of studies. It might even help with like dementia and prevent cancer. Yeah, it's the roots of the plant that are taken and infused with water to make the tea. And when you drink, it doesn't affect your mental clarity. So it can be kind of almost a daily thing, everything in moderation though. But yeah, it relaxes the muscles and it, like I said, reduces social anxiety and stress. And when you do those things, you're clearing the way for you to be you and you to feel grounded and maybe explore more of your authenticity, which is really beautiful. And what else? I think that's it, really. Try it. It tastes like dirt water, but it's, I promise it's gonna be delicious, like the feeling. So yeah, and it's complimentary, and feel free to come visit us. We have a small like brick and mortar that's hidden. You have to walk through an alleyway, so don't be scared if you do come to visit. And yeah, that's it. So, thank you. Woo!
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Holland. All right, well, the last thing I'd like to do is practice another form of medicine with each other. I'm really happy that Kava's here and we all get to experience that together, but another thing that we get to experience for free legally is just breathing. So I'd like to invite everybody to take a really big, deep breath, and when you exhale, if you could make a sound and just like release whatever's going on. A little bit louder. Okay, last time, but the loudest this time. Thank you, everyone, so much. Yeah, thanks so much for being here. Yeah, I'm going to jump off stage for just a second here, and then we're going to introduce our first speaker, Chad Kuske. So give it up for yourselves. Yeah. Be right back. I'm back. Whew. All right. So the first speaker of the Psychedelic Symposium is a gentleman named Chad Kuske. Chad is a retired Navy SEAL. He served 18 and a half years, deploying 13 times to Iraq, Afghanistan, Africa, Asia, and South America. After returning home, feeling disconnected, suffering from PTSD and substance use, he found himself again through entheogenic medicines, hard work, and determination. Chad was a key endorser of Ballot Measure 109, and prior to his recent return to Oregon, he managed the Mission Within, a retreat center in Mexico focused on treating special operations veterans with PTSD and TBI using ibogaine and 5-MeO-DMT, as well as their spouses using a psilocybin MDMA combination. Everyone give it up for Chad.
Good morning, everyone. So, one fateful day in August of 2019, I lay on a mattress in Baja California in Mexico. I'd just taken a inhaled a handshake dose of Bufo alvarius, also known as toad, 5-MeO-DMT. And I found myself laying there trying to overcome my fear of vulnerability. I could sense, I could see the vibrations, the energy that makes up life. And I knew exactly what was being offered to me by that medicine. I had the opportunity to know the truth that I had always sought. And I also knew exactly what was being asked of me. I had to give up the illusion of control. As I sat up from the mattress and I looked at the man offering me the next dose of medicine, I said, "I'm ready to die." What I was really ready for was, I was ready to start living again. After 18 and a half years in the SEAL teams, and 13 combat deployments, I was completely disconnected from my friends, from my family, from other human beings. I felt totally lost. I was angry all the time. I was just completely disconnected from life. What I was really searching for was a reason to live again, a reason to be here. And that day I found that, but I'll get back to that. What brought me to the SEAL teams? It was initially I wanted to get into the military, I wanted to serve, I wanted to go and sacrifice and do things so that my little brother wouldn't have to do it. I wanted to go and save the world, I wanted to be a hero. Why did I want to do that? That's a good question. I think like many of us that get into the military, specifically special operations, I was trying to protect myself. You know, I was trying to protect a scared little boy, a boy that had grown up, that had experienced bullying and didn't want to feel hopeless anymore or helpless. And so at the age of 17, after struggling with anger and behavior issues most of my life, my poor mother had to ask me to leave the house, which was completely fair to do. I was pretty difficult to manage. So at 17, I figured, I don't know, I don't think I'm old enough to rent an apartment. I always had this kind of like side dream of going in the Navy and being a SEAL. So I did. I enlisted in the Navy, and I went and I joined the SEAL teams. It wasn't quite that simple. I had to go through SEAL training, which was 6 pretty arduous months of extreme training. I look back on it now, and I've like watched videos of buds. I'm showing people, that don't really know what that's like. Oh, here's a video of buds training, and I'm like, why would anyone volunteer for that? It's like volunteering for just, the worst kind of verbal abuse and, being miserable and cold and yelled at and screamed at all day long and told you're, absolutely worthless. But for those of us that overcame it and carried on into the SEAL teams, it was a pretty amazing life to live. I got to travel all over the world, and I got to work with some really incredible, talented, amazing, exceptional human beings. But that job definitely takes a toll, and then 2 decades of nonstop combat operations and going to war leads to, for even the best of us, being a SEAL, I was prepared for going to war. I was prepared for all the things that I was going to see. I was prepared for going into combat. We trained for it. We looked forward to it. We wanted to go. But even being prepared like that, when you go and you live that extreme lifestyle and you live at the edge of danger for that long, it takes a toll. And sometimes that toll is invisible, and it remains sort of dormant and hidden for a long time. About 10 or 12 years into my career, alcohol is that's just a part of the military culture. That's from day one. It's just normalized and it's accepted. It's even encouraged. And so alcoholism, was basically a part of my whole entire career. About 10 years in, after my first couple combat deployments, things started to get progressively worse. I was using more and more medications that might either prescribed to me or not prescribed to me. I really started to begin to suffer, but I wasn't aware of it yet. That led me to opiate addiction to stimulants. The drinking was still going on. I found myself about 12 years into my career with a full-on heroin addiction that I was hiding. Still going, still doing my job, and just keeping that hidden under I don't even know how I was able to do that, but I was. In many ways, I count myself fortunate. I think one of the ways that I was able to remain resilient throughout that time and to not totally lose myself was that I didn't totally identify myself with being a SEAL. For me, being a SEAL was sort of a job. It wasn't my entire persona. But as I continued to go and make combat deployments, the drug use, the drinking got worse, the disconnection and the anger just grew and grew. I started getting in more and more trouble. I got arrested several times. And ultimately, all the addictive behaviors and the addiction to substances just got worse and worse. Finally, after about 15 or about 16 years of service, I was now addicted to opiates and cocaine and benzos and alcohol and pornography and sex and anger and rage and all kinds of other things that were just destroying my life. And I couldn't see my way out of it. I couldn't see any hope. I think the only saving grace for me was that I had seen through the facade that is the narrative that we were out there doing good, that we were out there saving the world or promulgating liberty. I was able to recognize that my unit, myself, the SEAL teams, the military in general, we were just a tool. We were a political tool that was being used for things that were not related to liberty and freedom and helping people. We were just a political tool being used for leverage and power and greed. And I think in some ways identifying that helped me to not get totally lost, but at the same time it fed into that disillusionment that I was experiencing. So about that time, with all that drug use, as you can imagine, that's not sustainable, and eventually I absolutely imploded my career. And I was when it finally came out, when I was discovered, I felt a sense of relief. Honestly, when they after disappearing for 10 days in South America, I finally came back to work, and they handed me a urinalysis cup, and I received it with gratitude. I felt, honestly, I was like, thank you. Here you go, please release me. But that just began another long process of torment, as I spent 2.5 years in the medical system I was fortunate that I had people that looked out for me and recognized that I was not the addictions, I was not these decisions that I was making. I was doing that to cope with the things I'd experienced. And so I was able to be medically retired instead of just thrown out with nothing. And again, I'm so grateful for that, and I feel so fortunate because I was a SEAL. You know, I think there's a level of I was very fortunate that because of my service, I got maybe extra care that other people in the military might not have received, and that's unfortunate because everyone that's serving goes through these same things to some degree or another. But that long process, 2.5 years, it's still, even going through that process, was miserable, and I still couldn't shake the drug use. I couldn't get free of it because I couldn't see another way of doing things. And ultimately, the day that I was first supposed to be retired from the Navy, I ended up in the Naval Hospital in Portsmouth, where I was put into a coma for 5 days, and then remained in intensive care for another 5 days because I'd taken my health to such a disastrous level with the drugs and the alcohol. I'd given myself pneumonia and a heart infection. After those 10 days in the hospital, I got the wonderful gift of being sent to the brig for an additional 2 months. But shortly thereafter that, I was able to be medically retired, for which I'm definitely thankful that I was able to keep some benefits. Sometimes it's even hard saying I'm thankful for that because I know how many people don't get that, and I think that veterans should be recognized for the sacrifice that they've made, and I don't think we should have to be thankful for keeping benefits that we've earned. But after 18.5 years of service, I was finally done. I was retired, and I started my drive back to Portland, Oregon from Virginia Beach. The struggle was not over. I was still drinking heavily. I think I had 3 interactions with the police on my 7-day drive from Virginia. It was supposed to be 7 days, turned into about a month because of 3 interactions with police, getting diverted, spending about a week in jail. When I finally got to Oregon, fortunately, the one hidden treasure in that drive was that I listened to Michael Pollan on Joe Rogan. And up until that point, I thought I kind of missed the window for psychedelics. You know, around 30, I was like, yeah, my brain is way too, I've done all these other drugs, and that was awesome, but my brain is way too dark and scary for psychedelics. So I kind of thought I'd missed my opportunity. And then I heard that podcast, and I came to recognize that, wow, psychedelics are maybe exactly what I need. But because of the drug use and the past behavior, I didn't want to go into it the same way. I didn't want to do it my way. I wanted to go and find a place where they knew about set and setting and the importance of I guess what I understood to be the right way of doing it. So fortunately, when I got to Oregon, I was able to use cannabis to help me get off the drinking and the harder drugs, and to begin to open up and to look at my feelings, and to kind of be honest with myself about where I was. I was still totally disconnected, but I was at least a little bit safer from myself. Fast forward about 2.5 years, and a buddy of mine from the Navy came through Portland to visit. And he said, "Hey man, I'm going to Mexico next weekend to go do Ibogaine down there at this retreat. They're treating guys from our command." And so I'd been waiting patiently for 2.5 years, and I said, "Hey, how do I get hooked up with that?" And he connected me to the doctor, Martin Polanco, a wonderful, wonderful, amazing man who first started treating addiction patients with his center, Crossroads, down in Tijuana, using Ibogaine. And then after treating 4 Marines for opiate addiction, afterwards they came back to him and they said, "Doc, not only is our opiate addiction gone, but we're not experiencing symptoms of PTSD anymore either." So that was sort of the beginning of how he started treating veterans. So in August of 2019, I went down to Mexico, and on Friday night, I should say, I was first set up with an integration coach, which is, I think, I see a lot of nodding heads in here acknowledging the importance of integration. So I had a fantastic coach who spent 2 sessions with me, helping me prepare, and then I went down, and on Friday night, had my first real experience with an entheogen, or more specifically an oneirogen. And in that night, I would say that Ibogaine helped me to realize that I was in hell. And not only was I in hell, but I was the devil. I was the torturer. I was the torturee. I was doing it all to myself. And it was a simple choice that I had to make, that I could easily stop doing that to myself and choose a different way to live. Ibogaine is an amazing medicine, and I also felt absolutely baptized. I felt cleansed of all the drug use, and I felt like I was 17 years old again. And then back to Sunday morning with the toad. I sat up and I knew I was ready to die, and I asked for the full dose of toad. And that moment absolutely changed my life. I understood if Ibogaine had shown me hell and that I was creating it myself, with the toad I discovered I didn't discover anything. With the toad, I realized the truth that I had always sought. And for me, that was enough to know that I'd been going that way my whole entire life with all my energy and all my intensity. And oops, I really wanted to be going that way. So at that moment, I turned around and I started going that way. Through a lot of subsequent work with medicine, I've had the opportunity to do a lot of healing. There's still a lot of healing to go, but I did a lot of healing in group circles with other veterans. I did some ayahuasca circles with other veterans, some more work with other medicines, and I became trained as an integration coach, and eventually I found myself back working with Dr. Polanco there in Mexico, and holding retreats for other veterans. While I was there, we treated approximately 150 veterans as well as their spouses. And I got to witness firsthand the amazing power of these medicines. When used in conjunction with a safe and secure set and setting. And the reason I share my story with you is because one of the first things I learned was that I was not alone. Going down to Mexico that first time, I was terrified of doing this with other veterans, of having to be vulnerable. I was hoping it was going to be a bunch of people from Silicon Valley that were all into spiritual stuff, and I could just kind of hide in the corner. But after that first night of doing medicine with veterans, we all recognized that we weren't alone. We recognized that we're all in this together. And that the whole time we'd been in the military, we all went to work, we were wearing our armor, we had on our masks, and we pretended that everything was fine. And if anyone showed the slightest sign of weakness, we would attack them. So when the following morning after the first day of medicine, all that armor is dropped and we're open and vulnerable and we can see each other for who we really are and recognize that we were all struggling. It was so incredible and so powerful. Healing in community is so important. I also want to talk about some of the struggles that veterans face specifically. Some of the reasons why it's so important that we continue to advocate for safe, legal access to these medicines here in the United States. When people are dealing with traumatic brain injury, with PTSD, with fear, with being used to having to control every aspect of their life, the idea of going down to a foreign country to take medicines with people that you're just barely familiar with can be absolutely terrifying. It's a real testament to the bravery of these guys and gals that go down there in their desire to heal themselves. With veterans specifically, I think what's the veteran population represents a very amplified, intense example of what can happen with trauma and how amazing and incredible entheogenic medicines are for helping people to heal from that. Some of the things specifically that I saw with working with veterans and holding ceremony for them is a fearlessness and a willingness to do whatever it takes to find healing. When they haven't found healing from the VA or from anything that we tried, and for many of us, we've been offered all these great things like meditation, yoga, all these different options and modalities. We've also been tried medications, psychotherapy, talk therapy, all these things. But until I would, for my personal example, until I was able to go down and really open up and have these experiences with entheogenic medicines, I wasn't even capable of acknowledging what I was dealing with. I just thought anxiety was an excuse that weak-minded people used to, come to find out afterwards that I was dealing with massive amounts of stress and anxiety. But it wasn't until I was opened up and had the opportunity to do some healing with medicines that I could recognize that. So what helps veterans and everyone else be successful have successful outcomes after having plant medicine experiences? It's, as I like to look at it, the medicine opens us up to our own inner ability to heal ourselves. And that comes through hard work, dedication to the integration process. It comes from community. The veteran population, as well as anyone who's out there suffering, has a tendency to isolate. It's part of that disconnection. And it's in reconnecting with others and discovering that we're not alone, that we can also reconnect with ourselves and that we can find healing. Some of the most trying times that I had came after the plant medicine because I got back to my normal life. I had this amazing experience of awakening to reality, of finding God again. And, then I got back home and I thought, oh wow, I'm supposed to be healed. Like everything's great now, everything's gonna be okay. And then the first time I got angry, I got stuck in an anger loop because now I'm angry, but I'm not supposed to be angry anymore. I'm supposed to be healed. So now I'm getting angry that I'm getting angry. And it just turns into this horrible, I'm sorry, Mom, I know you had to deal with so much of this. you just get stuck. I got stuck in that loop, and it took me a long time to recognize that it's a process, that it's a path. But with a lot of hard work and continued integration, I was able to start finding ways to manage my emotions, to regulate my nervous system. You know, meditation, mindfulness, yoga, physical activity, service to others, all these amazing things that people had spent years telling me about, but I was completely closed off to prior to medicine. And that integration work is so important and so critical. A lot of veterans feel like they're a burden to people. They feel like if they're suffering, they can't ask for help, they can't reach out because we don't want to be a burden. The military is so great at teaching us to shut down our emotions, to be hard, to just seek accomplishment, to tough it out. That we get really good at that. And oftentimes it's the people around us that are closest to us that suffer. It's common for us to take it out on our family or on the women in our lives. And that was another beautiful thing that we started doing at the retreat center in Mexico, was offering retreats to the spouses of military members as well, because they've often suffered the greatest when it's always about me and my mission and my work, and that comes before everything. So I'm running short on time, and I want to leave some time for questions, but the most important thing that I've learned is that it's so important for people that have the severe trauma. A lot of people that get into the military, especially special operations, have trauma that occurred before they even got into the military, and that's why we get into jobs like that to begin with. For those situations, it's so important that we have the opportunity to heal using these medicines in safe, secure settings where you're held in a space of compassion and love with people who understand trauma and how to help you navigate those experiences on the medicine. I've learned a lot with these medicines, but the most important thing I've learned in how I choose to live my life today is that I choose love, I choose life, and I choose to be responsible for myself and to everyone around me in this human experience. And part of that is being responsible to my fellow veterans who are still suffering, to the rest of humanity who's still suffering, to anyone who might heal from the opportunity to experience plant or entheogenic medicines, and to be responsible to staying connected to both myself, to the divine, and to anyone else who may be out there suffering. So I'll leave you with the question, who have you connected with recently? Who do you know that might feel isolated or in despair? And who could you connect with today that might be the one thing that person needs to know that there's still a reason to live, that there's still hope? Anyone have any questions? Yes?
In working with veterans, is there anything that you can give as advice to people who have not served, who would like to work with veterans in terms of integration or sitting with them?
Yeah, one thing is that it can be very difficult for veterans to open up to people who they're unfamiliar with. You know, one thing I saw a lot, and that was the biggest honor to me, was when guys would come in and they would see me at this retreat center, not expecting to know anyone when they got there, and first thing they would say is, "Wow, I can't believe you're alive." but then that they felt secure just seeing a face that was familiar. That's not always going to be the case, but understanding, I think understanding that it's common for them to come in with fear or apprehension, which is normal for anyone getting ready to embark on such a powerful journey. But having the patience and the compassion to understand the fears, and that it might take time to establish that rapport. And another thing that's really common is a lot of veterans, especially from the similar background to me, is they have an apprehension or a fear of being able to let go fully, because they're concerned about your safety. They're concerned about the safety of the people in the room, the other people that might be participating, or the guides. They fear that if they lose control of their faculties while under medicine, they don't know what they might do, and they're afraid of their own anger or potential for violence. And so anything you can do that helps them to calm that fear, to know that they're safe, to know that they're secure and they're protected, is really beneficial to allowing them to open up and to really be vulnerable. Yes?
Was it difficult to decide to come out and support Measure 109?
No, it was a very easy decision. I was so incredibly grateful for the opportunity that I had to heal. Again, I felt that how fortunate I was from my background as a SEAL. That opens up a lot of doors. One of those doors being this opportunity for me to go down to Mexico and find healing. So, yeah, it was an easy decision to do that. I think at the time my one, it was kind of like still fairly early in my process of healing, and I think my concern at the time was I might lose my right to have firearms, which is something that a lot of veterans are concerned with. A lot of people still work in government jobs and are worried about that. So, but that was easy to give up, and I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad that I can represent veterans, and that I can be an ally for the plants, for the toads, for all entheogens. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate you all, and I'm so honored to be able to share my story and to help give voice to the veterans and how healing these medicines can be.
Give it up for Chad Kuske! Woo! Wow, that was incredible. Our next speaker is named Brian Pilecki. Woo! Dr. Brian Pilecki is a clinical psychologist at Portland Psychotherapy that specializes in the treatment of anxiety disorders, trauma, and PTSD, and psychedelic-assisted therapy. He graduated from Fordham University, completing a postdoctoral fellowship at the Warren Alpert Medical School of Brown University. Brian is an active researcher and has published on topics such as anxiety disorders, mindfulness, and psychedelics. At Portland Psychotherapy, Brian is a study therapist on a clinical trial investigating the use of MDMA-assisted therapy for the treatment of social anxiety disorder and understanding processes of change and how this novel form of treatment might work. He regularly provides workshops on topics related to psychedelics. Brian is also a co-founder of the Portland Integration Network and co-hosts a podcast called Altered States of Context about the intersection of psychedelics and psychotherapy. Brian also is a consultant and instructor for Fluence training. Everybody give it up for Brian Pilecki.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here. I just want to really appreciate Chad for sharing his story. You know, he talked about in a journey working on vulnerability and letting go of control, and to come up here and to do such a vulnerable thing. I think it's really important for us to hear these stories and get these out in the culture so people understand what this healing is all about. So as Evan mentioned, I'm a psychologist and therapist. So I'm going to be talking mostly about psychedelic-assisted therapy today, and talking about the model that's emerging from the research and what we're likely to see once this becomes federally approved. And I really want to emphasize that as I talk about this, it is only one way of doing things. It's not the right way, it's not the best way, it's not the only way. And in a lot of ways, it's limited. I think psychedelics don't really fit in a paradigm of mental health. So it's important for me to kind of state that up front. I also want to acknowledge the privilege that I have in being able to stand up here in front of you today as a white male, as someone who was born to a family who valued education. I was able to have a lot of opportunities to study and pursue what I was passionate about. So I just feel tremendously lucky to be able to stand here and talk about something that I care so deeply about. So this is a picture of me in my senior year in college. This is back then they only had black and white photography. And this was taken in Australia, where I studied abroad. And one of the reasons why I chose to study abroad was because it was supposed to be a bit of an experiment. I was wrestling with my sexuality in college, and a counselor at my college and I came up with this plan that maybe if you went somewhere where you didn't know anybody, you'd feel safer to come out and be who you are and be more authentic. So that didn't work out. I went to Australia and it felt like a giant failure at the time, though now I can look back and see that it was just part of a larger process. This picture was also taken about 4 months before my first MDMA experience. And it wasn't my first MDMA experience, it was probably my second or third, where I really came out to myself fully, actually in a couple of moments. I was walking up the stairs to my dorm room after a party, and I had borrowed my friend's black shoes, and I looked down at my shoes and I had this thought, those shoes really make you look gay. And you know, that was a bad thing back then, right? Like people weren't out. I really didn't know people who were queer or identified with any kind of sexual or gender diversity. So I had this thought, these shoes really make you look gay. And then the next thought was, but you are gay. You know, at the time I was pretending to be a straight person. I was gonna get married and have kids and, you know, get married to a woman and have kids. And I thought maybe if I was a psychologist, that would compensate for this essential badness, this ugliness, you know. And so when I look at this picture, you know, I see a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed kid who was happy in a lot of ways, but this kid also really hated himself. And it was MDMA where I first had an experience of self-love, where I felt safe to just acknowledge and see clearly who I was, and see how silly it was for me to pretend to be something other than that. And that started a process for me of coming out and really started me on my journey of pursuing psychedelics. You know, what if I could help others have that same experience? Right? What if we could have more people experience the sense that I belong, or that you deserve to be here, you deserve to be who you are. So today I mostly spent a lot of time at Portland Psychotherapy, which is a clinic in town. Our major project is we're doing a clinical trial of MDMA-assisted therapy for social anxiety. And I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end of my talk. We also train other clinicians and mental health professionals, and I provide clinical services. I provide therapeutic support to clients who are using psychedelics on their own. I also run a psychedelic integration and support group. I'm also here representing PIN, or Portland Integration Network. Laura Riley, my friend and colleague, will be speaking about PIN a little bit later this afternoon, but just wanted to mention that PIN is a really amazing community of providers, mental health professionals, doctors, naturopaths, art therapists, both so the public can access and find providers who are psychologically friendly or knowledgeable, but also a community of professionals to support each other in our own work in doing this. So Laura's going to talk a lot about that a little bit later today. And I'm also a consultant and a instructor for Fluence, which is one of the training programs that'll be here in Oregon. And if you're curious about Fluence, they have a booth over in the vendor section where you can talk to them about their training program. So I'm going to talk about psychedelic-assisted therapy, but I feel like it's really important to acknowledge the larger context that psychedelics are not new. They've been used for thousands of years by people all around the world and continue to be part of many cultures, religious tradition, spiritual tradition. And so as the mainstream culture gets more interested in psychedelics, there's a consequence, and harmful consequence to a lot of these communities. So there's issues of colonialism and cultural appropriation. These sacred medicines here are endangered. So folks who use them as part of their tradition are having a harder and harder time finding them because of the greater interest and demand. So I think that's important, and there'll be other speakers this weekend who are going to talk about this much more in depth than I am here, but it is important to acknowledge, even when we just say the word mushroom, that we're talking about something that for some folks is a very sacred thing. So this meme says, talk to your kids about drugs, maybe they have better connections than you. So if you are from this country, you probably you're familiar with this idea of the drug talk, right? Like if you have teenagers, at some point you're supposed to sit them down and talk to them about the dangers of drugs and why they shouldn't do them and just say no. That's a thing in our culture. That's one example. The drug talk is like one example of the many cultural beliefs that that are part of our culture that we're exposed to as we grow up. I grew up during the failed drug war and was told all kinds of things about drugs and psychedelics that are not true. So I think as we talk about psychedelic-assisted therapy, and something I'm really passionate about is the idea of stigma. There's still a lot of stigma out there. When I tell other professionals what I do, they still sometimes look at me funny, or they have judgmental comments to make. And of course, we know that drug policy, in many ways, is more rooted in racism and politics than science. The drugs that are the good drugs versus the bad drugs and all of that nonsense. There's a term, psychedelic exceptionalism, so I want to avoid that too. That refers to the idea that these certain drugs used in these contexts are good or acceptable, whereas these are bad and unacceptable. So I'm going to talk about psychedelic-assisted therapy, but I think there's a value for using psychedelics in other contexts, such as recreationally. There's nothing wrong with having fun, right? There's nothing wrong with approaching them from whatever feels right to you. And some of the work that I'm doing is trying to understand how to talk to professionals and how to help people understand the actual risks and benefits associated with psychedelics. So we did a study of psychologists and found positively that, for the most part, in our sample, psychologists were pretty open to this, but they still showed some evidence of bias and myth and misinformation, which is out there. So just sort of setting the context to talk about what is psychedelic-assisted therapy. I'm sure many of you in the audience are already familiar with this, but this is a model that's emerged. It came from the 50s and 60s. This is for both MDMA and psilocybin. There's some differences, but in general, this involves using a combination of therapy and a drug-induced altered state to induce therapeutic change. And it's very unique in terms of mental health treatment because there really isn't anything like that that exists, right? We have therapy, we have psychopharmacology, but this is an interface of the two that is pretty novel. And in this model, there's the three parts of preparation, dosing, and integration. And and this is my bias as a therapist, but I would say that I think drugs get all the attention and therapy doesn't get enough attention. So in these trials, what the therapists are doing is really key in the therapeutic change that we're seeing. And as someone who is interested in figuring out how to help people have the safest and most helpful experiences, I'm really interested in how do we help people do that? What should the therapists be doing? This is a picture from our clinic. This is just actors, they're two staff. There were no drugs consumed in the taking of this photograph, but this is something that we are giving to our participants so that they can familiarize themselves with the environment they'll be in. And as you see, we're trying to make it comfortable. There's a place for the participant to lay down. There's eye shades and headphones, therapists on either side of them, to help them during their dosing sessions. And in the model, we're using pairs of therapists. That's been the norm. I think there's a lot of benefits and pluses and minuses to that. On the plus side, it helps ease the burden on the therapist. There's also been a history of abuse in psychedelic work, both in the underground and in the clinical trials. So you could argue that perhaps having two people there would maybe mitigate some of that potential, although the abuse that happened in a clinical trial, there were two therapists there. One thing to say about psychedelic-assisted therapy that, again, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir in this room, but I think the message often can get lost that psychedelics are therapeutic work, and they're challenging. They involve facing our pain, facing our distress, going to some dark places, hopefully with the end benefit of getting to a place that is more whole or healed. But I think a lot of people can have misunderstandings about that. They read Michael Pollan and they just think, I'll take mushrooms and my depression will go away. And then they're, I think, more likely to set themselves up for suffering or a bad experience. I'll just share a little bit of this is one study. This is what is called in science a meta-analysis. So it's when you take data from a bunch of studies and you put them together and you're able to kind of see a big picture view. Here you'll see about 10 or 11 of the most rigorous placebo-controlled trials in the last 10 or 11 years. As you'll see, it's a lot of the MAPS work, MDMA for PTSD, as well as psilocybin for end-of-life distress. And so the results, if you put all this data together, we get something called an effect size, which is how effective a treatment is. And this slide compares psychedelics or psychedelic-assisted therapy with regular traditional psychopharmacology for social phobia, OCD, GAD, all these diagnostic labels, or if you prefer, just mental health in general. And as you can see, the psychedelic data shows 2 to 3 times as effectiveness, right? 2 or 3 more times as effective as our traditional meds. So that's really promising. It's probably not going to hold up in like real world applications. That effect size usually shrinks when you get beyond these very small trials. But I would argue there hasn't been a major innovation in our mental health treatment in a long time. We've gotten new treatments that help a little bit here and there. And I think many of us already know this, that there's promise here, especially for the clients. And I think similar to Chad's story, a lot of clients who contact me who've tried medication and tried therapy and nothing's really worked for them. One of the biggest problems with this research, though, is there's a significant lack of diversity, both in the samples, which have been mostly white, but also in the researchers, which have been mostly white men. So we really need a diversity of voices to help understand how to adapt these treatments to various communities, and I would argue the communities that need it the most, the communities that are in the most, and in the situations where they're suffering the most. So again, it's interesting to me to think about what a therapist do, right? Imagine a friend comes to you and says, I want to do, psilocybin, and you have a half an hour with them. What's the most important things you want to get across to them, right? It might seem like easy, like I would know what to say, but if you've been using psychedelics for years, there's a lot of accumulated wisdom, right? And so what are the essentials? How do we best prepare people to have experiences that we want them to have? And of course, we can refer back to the set and setting wisdom that comes from the 60s, right? That where we do psychedelics, who we do them with, under what circumstances, makes a huge difference on the type of experience that we have. And in the history of psychedelic-assisted therapy, there's a lot of therapy models that have been used. A lot of folks who are not in the mental health world often don't realize that there are literally hundreds of types of therapy out there, different models, different approaches. So this is something that is really fascinating to me, that we're just beginning to scratch the surface to try to best understand which of these might be best for which people under which conditions. Another big question that is hard to answer when people ask me is, why does it work? Why does psychedelic-assisted therapy work? We have some candidates, and I'm going to talk about a couple of these, right? If someone were to ask you, why do you think psychedelics are beneficial, right? You could probably come up with some things that seem pretty obvious. But there's a lot of potential ways to look at this, right? We can look at it from a neuroscience angle, and we'll hear from about that this afternoon, about how psychedelics introduce a state of neuroplasticity in the brain, right? Making new connections. But I'm going to talk about two of these, mystical experiences and psychological flexibility, two of these processes that we have the most evidence for. So it's very hard to talk about mystical experiences because it's hard to put them into words. And there's many ways to define them, but this is one way that I think is really useful, particularly because it is this way of looking at a mystical experience is not attached to any particular content. So you can have a Christian mystical experience, you can have a Buddhist mystical experience, you can have an atheistic mystical experience. But when people talk about these experiences, they talk about some of these common features, right? A sense of unity and connection to other people, to the world, to the universe, to God. A sense of stepping outside of space and time. And not only that, but in a mystical experience, that seems more real than this ordinary waking consciousness does somehow. That's this noetic quality, like we're getting a download from the universe or an insight into the true nature of reality. There's a sense of sacredness often that goes with these experiences, and these transcendent emotions, right? A lot of mental health problems like anxiety and depression, they bring us inwards into our suffering. We become interiorly focused on feeling better and controlling what's going on inside of us. And so helping people have experiences that kind of push them out into the world, into nature or their families or the universe itself, seems to be potentially what is curative or helpful about psychedelic-assisted therapy. And an interesting way to think about mystical experiences as the opposite of trauma, right? If we think about trauma, trauma is one or a series of events that is so harmful and so painful that it sort of takes our lives in a different direction. We become guarded, fearful, mistrustful, because of that experience. And what if there was a different type of experience, one that could open a person up, that could lead them more on a path of wellness and wholeness, a feeling of safety, a feeling that they belong? And indeed, some of the trials that have looked at this have shown that the participants who had a stronger mystical experience had better outcomes, had more reduction in depression and anxiety. These are all positions that I envy. I am not physically flexible. But if we think about like athletes, what makes an athlete, if you look at like a diagnostic factor of athletes, what makes athletes successful? We could say flexibility is one of them, right? Depending on, regardless of the sport or what they're doing. So it's the ability to adapt, to see what the situation calls for, and adapt and meet the needs of the moment. And so there's an idea of psychological flexibility. This is another potential process of change. And the particular therapy that I practice, which is called acceptance and commitment therapy, is really all about fostering and enhancing psychological flexibility, right? It means contacting the present moment, meaning being very clear on what the situation is. Even that alone is hard to do. We're often in our minds, we're worrying about thinking about the past or worrying about the future. If I'm talking to somebody, maybe sometimes I'm more interacting with my idea of them than the human being across from me. So contacting the present moment. Am I doing what matters? Am I acting in a way that's consistent with my values, right? So like right now, I'm acting in a way that's consistent with my values because I care about this work, but really my anxiety and my shame and all of that is telling me like, you shouldn't be here. You should have said no to this. You should have stayed home. That would have been the easier choice. I wouldn't have felt some of that discomfort. So it's the idea that when we pursue what matters to us, it's usually uncomfortable. And so this is just a way to look at mental health and how to help people with problems like anxiety and depression. More simply, we can say it's just the ability to cope with life's difficulties or resilience, right? As part of psychological flexibility is this concept of acceptance. I don't know if you've had a psychedelic experience where you've been shown something you've been avoiding. I think I've had gentle versions of that, like MDMA is like, come here, it's okay. Let me show you this thing you're avoiding, Whereas my experience with psilocybin, it's like, here, deal with this, So it's not always pleasant, it's not always easy. And even as someone like myself who's a therapist and who tries to be self-reflective and self-aware, we're just all good at burying stuff and suppressing things and not looking at our pain. And one of the greatest lessons that psychedelics have taught me is that by allowing myself to feel my pain, I suffer less. And so that may be one of the reasons why psychedelics are helpful. If we look at, bad trips or this idea of challenging experiences, I think a lot of them occur when we're resisting what's happening. We're not kind of allowing the moment to unfold, and we're trying to fight whatever the experience is. So maybe psychedelics can help us learn to accept, and maybe learning this idea of acceptance or opening up to pain can be helpful to prepare people for psychedelic experiences. I used to think that, no matter how guarded or defended you were, if you took a high enough dose of something, that would like blast through that and you would be forced to sort of open up. But the more I do this work, the more I meet folks who that's not true. I met somebody who did 12 grams of psilocybin and didn't feel anything. And this was like their 10th journey of increasing the dose. And so I think there are some people, and we don't really understand why this occurs or for whom this occurs, but some people that are really able somehow to kind of stay very closed off to these experiences. So again, this speaks to the role of potentially a therapy or some other methods to help people be able to do this when they're actually in a dosing session. And I'll say too that integration is super important. Again, I'm sure most of us here probably are on board with this idea, but even powerful, beneficial psychedelic experiences fade with time, right? And so we have to put effort into sustaining those experiences, translating them into some sort of change. And it doesn't need to be therapy. That's just one way to do integration. There's many ways to do integration. But if we're not integrating, we're more likely to lose whatever experiences we might have had. And so what's interesting to me is there's a lot of room for like a multidisciplinary approach. People integrate using art or music or dancing, writing, spirituality, going out in nature. And so, a part of my work with clients is helping them figure out their own individualized process for continuing the growth or continuing the process that gets started during a journey. So we're doing a trial of MDMA for social anxiety. If you're interested or if you think you might be eligible, you have social anxiety yourself, you can go to portlandmdmatherapy.com. We're looking at some of the therapeutic processes involved in MDMA therapy. We're not a MAPS-sponsored trial, so we're sort of, we took the MAPS treatment, but we're adapting it ourselves to be more in line with social anxiety. And we're looking at things like self-compassion, and this idea of being authentic as potential processes involved in MDMA therapy. So I want to end just with gratitude, especially for the Portland Psychedelic Society and all the amazing volunteers here today. Thank you for such a wonderful event, and thank you for coming and showing up today.
Give it up for Brian Pilecki! Woo! All right. So our next event happening up here is going to be a panel of our facilitators. So for everyone here that is new to the Portland Psychedelic Society, we hold 17 monthly groups that are free and open to the public, and they range from integration circles to educational programs. And so we are going to bring some of our favorite facilitators on stage to be able to introduce themselves and talk about what they're offering to the community. This is a really important part of what we bring to the psychedelic movement. As thousands of people learn about psychedelics and become interested in these medicines, we need to be able to come together as a community to support the integration afterwards. And so I'm really thankful for what these folks do for our community, and I'm really happy to introduce them to you today. So I'm going to introduce our volunteer director at PPS, Allison Holmes. She has been a huge help and a huge support behind this event, and also for our organization entirely. If you're interested in volunteering with our organization, make sure to get in touch with her at some point this weekend. And so with that, I'm going to give it up to Allison. Yeah.
Thank you all so much for being here. We have spent many months after Evan had this vision. Taryn, Peggy, and myself sat down, and amongst many a spreadsheet that Taryn created, it's so cool to see it come to life today. So thank you all for being here, and everybody give yourselves a round of applause, too. So we're just taking a moment to get chairs set up here, but I think we're good. Let's bring the facilitators on out. I don't know what they're waiting for. This is their time to shine. Yeah. Sure, can I move it for you? So as Evan said, we provide 17 monthly reoccurring groups, and the people that you see walking up on this stage are the ones who make that possible. And even through the last couple years of the pandemic and moving everything online, these have really been our warriors through it all. So give it up for our facilitator panel. And we're gonna keep it pretty simple. These are experts in our community, in community organizing, in providing social support to our psychedelic world. And I'm just gonna have them go down the line, introduce themselves, a little bit about themselves, and the groups that they host. Take it away, Avery.
Thanks,
Deane.
Allison.
Is it on?
Is this on? Yeah.
There it is.
Hi, my name is Avery Deane. My pronouns are they and them, and I host the Rainbow Integration Circle on the second Tuesday evening of each month. We've been doing that for almost 4 years now. Little shout out to Angie Carter, who was my initial partner in this endeavor, and they got very, very busy, as anyone who knows Angie knows how busy they are. I'm talking about the class, right? I get a little nervous when you put a microphone in my hand and lights on my face.
I would love to hear about your class, and then also what the Integration Circle provides for people.
So the Rainbow Integration Circle is a queer-held space, so it's for LGBTQAI2S, etc., rainbow alphabet people, any letter or flavor with which you identify. And we get together once a month and we kind of talk about life experiences. I mean, it's centered around psychedelics, sorta. But a lot of it centers around queerness, and a lot of the folks who show up for that circle, gender is a thing that we're all exploring. That's probably because gender is the main piece of my queerness, so that's why that tends to be a lot of who's attracted to the circle that I host. And yeah, it's basically a share circle, a support circle. We take turns taking up space and talking about what's going on for us, or sometimes asking questions of the group and getting advice or feedback about the situations that we're experiencing in life, sometimes talking about our deep dives and how those have affected us and what kind of integration work we're doing in those spaces, and then support each other as we walk that path and walk that journey in our lives. It's turned into one of my most favorite things every month, and I love it because it feeds and nourishes me to be in spaces with other people who can understand my life experience and some of the parts of the journey that I've walked, and also to be in a space where there's just so much shared resonance among the folks who show up for that circle in our experiences. I think I'll pass it on from there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Lena Lewis, and I am just taking over hosting the BIPOC Integration Circle. And so BIPOC, for those of you who don't know, is Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And being in Portland, it's really important for us specifically in the city, which many of you may know is the whitest city in the nation. Yeah, so I don't know. Other cities, it's like there may not be such a need, but here in Portland, definitely a need for us to have space to just be able to process and, of course, talk about psychedelics, and a lot of the healing and processing is, it's helpful to be held in a safer space where we can, discuss things that without feeling, spectated or othered, to be very frank. So we'd love to have more participants and, for people who are just curious about the experience and also, we're all figuring this out together. It's, it can be a little messy, and that's okay. And we're just all learning together and growing together. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
So happy to have you here, Lena.
Hey everyone, I'm Keith Gilmore. I facilitate the men's support group. I've been doing so for the past 3 years now. I do integration work and work with men. Last week, I was on a mountain in Utah, in the wilderness, all alone, with just a sleeping bag and a tarp for 3 overnights, fasting from food and water. If that sounds extreme, consider that not too many generations ago, this would be regularly done by 12-year-olds. This is the native rite of passage that's known as a vision quest. The idea of a rite of passage is to help steward the existential transformation from childhood to adulthood. It is something that is sorely lacking in our present culture. After concluding my vision quest last week, I sat in a teepee peyote ceremony with a native Ute elder. The ritual of it, the container of it, created an experience for me that allowed me to go deeper than I've ever gone before. So consider the contrast between what I just described and our current culture. We have no rites of passage. We have no guidance that is teaching us how to become adults. And it's not teaching boys how to become men. And we have all witnessed the destruction that can be wrought by boys moving through the world in men's suits. We don't have native, or we don't have wise, venerated elders guiding us, guiding our transformation, guiding our individuation process. This is something we've lost. And with men, we are given this narrative of the lone wolf that you just have to go figure it out for yourself. And so we go out and try to figure it out for ourselves and flail about in doing so. But the lone wolf is a lie. Wolves are pack animals. So this is why we hold our circle, the men's circle, so that we can come together in true community as students and teachers of one another and share and glean wisdom to help steward one another in our process of becoming who we are supposed to be. So, if anyone is interested in joining, we meet the first Monday of every month, and we get in a big circle, and we talk about matters and issues relevant to us as men and human beings, and hopefully, given enough time and attention by the grace of the psychedelics, we will help discern some new ways of stewarding the youth into adulthood. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Jones. I'm going to speak a little bit differently here than some of the others. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how I came to run the chronic pain support group. In my early 20s, I started to have pretty terrible low back pain, and after several years was diagnosed with ankylosing spondylitis, which is a form of rheumatoid arthritis that spreads in your spine and goes up to your neck and all kinds of other fun things. Throughout the years, I've worked in the medical field as an EMT, in the ER. I've worked with traumatic brain injuries. And for 15 years, I worked in the OR doing a variety of surgeries, the last 6 of which were assisting with open heart surgery. So very stressful and intensive jobs. And the whole while, the chronic pain was getting worse and worse. And I eventually found myself in a place where I was losing traction. I was going to lose my job. And my life was pretty much crumbling, falling apart. I tried everything possible to address the pain. At one point, I was on a combination of methadone, Dilaudid, and a fentanyl patch. And I was a non-functional person. And I eventually had to taper off of that, and that was a very awful and hellacious process. The whole time, though, I was searching for ways of helping myself. I was trying meditation, I was trying counseling, I was trying antidepressants, and nothing seemed to be helping. I was considering electroshock therapy when I started reading more about psychedelics. And I got involved with the Portland Psychedelic Society. And I started my journey with psychedelics. It absolutely changed my whole dialogue that I had with myself. I had a very adversarial relationship with the chronic pain. I directed a lot of anger and hatred toward it, which was really just being directed at myself. And I was very against any sort of acceptance therapy. It seemed very counterintuitive to want to accept something that causes you so much pain and suffering. The shift in perspective that the psychedelics allowed me to have showed me that that was the way through and to gain traction above. And everything I'd been trying to do, all the different modalities, they sort of clicked into place. It was like all the programs were there in my mind, but I needed the run command for them to work. And that run command was working with psychedelics. And so now I host the chronic pain group, and 85%, somewhere around there, of people with chronic pain have severe depression and anxiety. Some of that's because you're in chronic pain, but some of that is because of physiologic connections in the brain that are created by the chronic pain signals. So anyway, we're open to anybody that has chronic pain or knows somebody in chronic pain. And if you're looking for guidance, we're a really nice group of people, and there's some very knowledgeable people that help a lot of people. Thank you.
So hello again, I'm Brian Pilecki. I co-host the healthcare professional meeting along with Joseph Eaton. And we are a group of healthcare professionals, but it's also open to students or folks who are thinking of entering some sort of healthcare profession. So we've got a wide range of roles, folks who attend. And even though it was lovely to meet in person and kind of do some individual networking and meeting each other, one of the benefits of being on Zoom has been to include and welcome folks who couldn't make it to an in-person meeting, and we actually get a lot of folks outside of Oregon. So it's been really neat to kind of interface with folks doing stuff in Canada and other parts of the US. And if you are a healthcare professional and you're interested in psychedelic-assisted therapy or psychedelics, it's really confusing out there. What's legal, what's available, what training program should I go to, what's happening with 109, what does that mean for me, how do I get involved? So we do our best to try to make sense of that all, even though Joseph and I are just as confused as everybody else, really, at the end of the day. There's a lot of creativity in what's happening here in Oregon, and so we are trying to support one another in figuring this out together. So if you are, have any connection to healthcare or, know anybody who does, definitely encourage them to come out and join us. We meet, I think it's the first Wednesday of every month at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So, thank you.
Is it on? Wait, you got me. Great, awesome. Oh, okay. My name is Casey Marie Mitchell. I'm a psychedelic integration coach, specializing in holistic addiction recovery and life transformation through the integration of psychedelic journeys and microdosing and integration practices. I was sitting here thinking about what am I going to talk about? I have so many things that I could talk about. I can't really see, when I go like that, I can see people, but I know my people are out there. And, we are each other's people. We are finding each other here. That is the mission. That was the founder's mission, Helen, was to find the others. And that's what we're doing here. So I lead, I'm former president of Portland Psychedelic Society 2021. Didn't know what I was getting myself into. Pandemic, social unrest, it was an interesting time to be in leadership with the organization. And, we kicked some ass. And, so Sari became events committee director. Jason Harris laid the foundation for that, and we picked up the ball and ran with it. We developed over 15 groups, online groups, 15 regular groups, I think it was, monthly, online to serve the community, and our community needed it. And yeah, so sorry, I just had to take a moment there. I was thinking I need Kleenex for this. I run currently 2 all online groups, 2 integration circles, an addiction recovery support group. I co-facilitate with Joe Eaton, who's not here today, a microdosing discussion group and a women's support group. I was doing one for psychedelics for the new and curious. I kind of stopped that for a little while. I might pick it up again because we do need that to have a well-rounded offering. And I do want to just give a shout out to Kazari Hecate, John Hawk, Blaine Chatterson, and all the other people who have been part of supporting the events. Because there's a lot that happens behind the scenes that nobody really knows about. And there's been countless hundreds of hours that have gone into producing what we do. And I am, it has truly been an honor and a privilege to be part of this. And, I needed it just as much as everybody. Oh, this is sweet. I needed it just as much as everyone else. And tremendous opportunities for growth, community. Anyone who's not involved in community, I highly encourage it. It will put you on like a fast track for spiritual growth. So you got to be doing your own shadow work or therapy. I had like 2 therapists like for a year and a half every week, and then all my support groups that I go to for me. So this is where the integration happens, is in community and doing this kind of stuff and loving each other and supporting each other and seeing each other and recognizing each other. So if you want to get involved with PPS, that's the one.
It's me.
Events coordinator. Thank God we have one now.
Yes.
Yeah. So I feel complete with that.
Oh, Casey, always makes me cry, even when I don't want to. My name is Sari Badaneski. I'm honored to be here, and I served on the board of the Portland Psychedelic Society as events. I was recruited by Jason. I had started coming to some of the meetings pre-pandemic. And actually drugged there by a friend who's phenomenal, and then I ended up getting super involved. But took over events right as the pandemic happened, and we shifted completely from doing in-person events to Zoom events, and we honestly had to jump with a lot of hurdles. We had to learn together, we had to grow together, we had to work through not only our own personal deficits of the change in the world that we were all experiencing collectively. And I really do feel as though, we had major successes. We took PPS from 2,400 followers to over 8,000 in a year. And that's huge. 109 and 110 wouldn't have passed without PPS, without the volunteer time, without the contributions of educating the public so that we could have better, more informed decisions on laws that are passing so that everyone can have accessible, equitable access to care, however that looks. And I just want to say that it is amazing to be on this panel with the people that have stewarded this movement from the beginning. We have some OGs up here. And I just want to say I really appreciate all of you and all the work and all the hours and everything that you put into everything because it matters. I run the Empowering Voices group. It's for sexual assault and domestic violence survivors. We did have this group. I co-founded it with Gabrielle Geller, who was an advocate with Haven. She's out in Hood River, and she's doing some other projects right now. We were once a month, and now we are every week, and we are also expanding to San Diego, Sacramento, Oakland, Minnesota, and San Francisco and Seattle. It is necessary to have integration groups available. It is necessary because integration is community. And this is what fosters a healthy environment, a healthy ecosystem. And healing, there's enough to go around. I used to host the Psychedelic Scholars with art, religion, and philosophy, and my goal was to kind of deconstruct some of the colonial views that we have and the Christian views that we have on working with these medicines. I'm Sami. I'm Arctic indigenous from Finland. My family is deep-rooted. My grandma's an energy healer. It's part of my integral philosophy of life to get back to our roots. And so there's often times where I say we're restoring rights rather than giving rights or taking them back. It's like, no, we're just giving permission to have them again because they're everyone's right to have and to have the sovereignty over saying how you want to utilize your healing as your own. I also founded the Decriminalized Nature Oregon movement. I've been advising for the PDX team and for the national team for over a year. And so that's the next step. I would love to get more people involved. If anyone's interested in empowering voices, it's an amazing group. We have a Signal chat. It's a great community. We contact each other all the time and meet together every Sunday from 5 to 6:30. And for decriminalized nature, you guys, that's a big one. I'm going to advocate whether you're on the lines of wherever you fall, just realize that like there's more than one initiative going out. We're trying to work together as a team, but if we don't pass decriminalizing, it limits and caps so much healing and so much magic that we know is available. And we need to pull together and we need to make it happen. And everyone's looking at Oregon to make it happen. So I'm complete. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Cooper. I'm also formerly a board member for the group. I served on the board for, I think, 4 years as the art director. Related to that, I have some art for sale in the vendor booth later, if anyone wants to check it out. Just a couple things about me. I found this group because I had a first psychedelic experience in my life about 7 years ago now. I didn't intend to, but it quite literally changed my life. I used to be very self-loathing, had depressed, anxious, suicidal at times, thoughts even at times, and I'll just keep it short, but essentially the experience I had, if anyone's familiar with the movie 2001, the peak of it looked like the ship crossing into the monolith at the end, and out of that, pretty much it changed my own self-image. I used to wear just black head to toe all the time and just celebrate like just being a dark person, thinking that's cool. Like all the content I've liked in my life up until LSD was just pitch black.
You might want to hold the microphone a little
And
bit. There you
sorry.
go. There it is.
Just to reiterate, but yeah, all the content in my life until psychedelics was just dark. And it's what I identified with, I realized. And when that happened, just how I saw myself, how I saw color. Like my house is probably the most colorful home in Portland if anyone ever gets to visit it. It looks like a Tron movie. Strangely, for a lot of my life, I'd been working in creative industries. I'm a product designer in tech industry right now, kind of at the top of my field, and that's something I'm going to address in a moment. But I had a lot of creative interests that I never did anything with because I didn't have any inspiration. Everyone kind of in my life experience as a child until I had kind of that psychedelic experience, basically told me to stop doing whatever I was doing, put it away. It's not worth any investment of my time. Since having this experience, it renewed a lot of interest in the artwork that I had. And in 2020, I was invited for a private internship with Alex Gray in New York at COSM for a lot of the artwork that I produced kind of in that time since. And he is someone, it's kind of funny, but he is someone whose art I looked at kind of in a period of my life when like movies like Hellraiser and whatnot were my favorite thing. And I saw his art and I told him when I got to speak with him, I said I didn't appreciate it then because it looked like, at the time I was fascinated because it looked like all of his artwork were people like skinned alive. And as someone who was a fan of like horror movies and whatnot, I thought, oh, this is real visceral, it's super cool. But I realized what his artwork's showing is actually what you kind of see behind the scenes, kind of in a moment of this experience and like all the energy released. And I saw that firsthand, and I was so thankful to be able to tell him in person that I could now see his art for what it intended to express. And it was just a complete 180 shift in point of view. But one of the reasons I'm here, and sorry for rambling, I'm autistic. And thankfully I can't see anyone because of the lights. But anyway, this kind of strange how it happened that I ended up hosting a group called Spectrum of Experience, but I was inspired by a conversation on Reddit, in the LSD subreddit, where people on the spectrum were talking about their experience with psychedelics and how it changed their lives. And just in a roundabout way, I just did some research of my own, and came across a book by an author named Aaron Rossini. He might be here, I think I talked with him earlier, but he wrote a book called Autism on Acid, and it really is about his experience, someone on the spectrum, using kind of psychedelics. It changed his life, changed my life, and it inspired me to start kind of this meetup group, Spectrum of Experience. And namely, the reason I did that is because I was diagnosed with autism late in life, and prior to then I had no knowledge about it. Like, I'd hear the word occasionally, never flattering. It seldom is, even day to day now. It's typically an insult often. And I realized that a lot of the successes I've had in life, I've worked in the AAA video game industry. I work at the top of my field now in healthcare technology. I don't know, I've done a number. I had a mobile game startup that won 4 Indie Best of Android awards in 2014 prior to a lot of stuff that, sorry, it sounds like very self-indulgent, but a lot of the successes I had, I realized late in life, were specifically due to like the qualities of how I think and how I've been successful as an old person in tech. Like, it's a rare thing to see someone my age still in the tech industry and be employed. But I managed that, and I think in large part because of just some of the innate qualities I have, and so while most groups for autism or neurodivergent people are support groups and some groups just to be sympathetic to people's situation, and mine is intended to be an open space for anyone to show up and just, it seldom has like a topic. But my main point about it was I didn't want it to be about people and trying to, I don't know, I think a lot of the resources for people on the spectrum are kind of hand-holding. They're pandering, they're insulting largely, and I think there are exceptional qualities in many people on the spectrum, and many of the people, especially in the preeminent tech people, whatever you think about them, they exist often because of those innate qualities they have. That's why I've been successful, and that's kind of why I'm here. And what I want to do is celebrate the exceptional qualities people have instead of treating people as if they're successful for just tying their shoes or some shit. Like, that is kind of how, if you're a person on the spectrum and you can feed yourself, you can shower yourself, that is considered like the pinnacle of a person on the spectrum, and it's fucking bullshit. It absolutely is terrible. I've been more successful than many people being that way. And to this point, and that's the last thing I'll say about that, but a lot of the most prestigious employers in the country, what were formerly the Big Four, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, now the popular term is MAG, Meta, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. All those companies recruit specifically people on the spectrum. They have hiring practices for autistic individuals because they recognize the value that people bring. And a lot of employers do. And I think, again, I just want to reiterate that having autism is not a problem. There are problems. It makes aspects of my life difficult, but it's made a lot of experiences kind of very rewarding in my life, especially fulfilling for that reason. And that's kind of, I don't know if I can belabor that point once more. That's just kind of, that was kind of the reason for my group. So, yeah, that's all. I should, yeah, I'm not going to speak.
Amazing. You guys are so cool. I just want to hammer home a little bit that I didn't know about the Portland Psychedelic Society before the pandemic started. And I had moved to Portland about a year before that in the hopes of doing harm reduction work for people who use more marginalized substances. Been involved in drug policy for the better half of 10 years. And kind of didn't really understand the psychedelic healing world necessarily. I wasn't too sure about it. And Evan brought me into the Portland Psychedelic Society. I joined some of these meetups. I took my own experiences and my own healing journey, and that is why I'm standing here today. That's why I've dedicated my time to putting on this symposium, because I needed desperately community, as Casey spoke to. And y'all gave it. Like, y'all do it, y'all provide it, and it's medicine in itself. So whether it's an affinity group or the community integration circle, we are finding the others. And I'm so grateful for them in providing that space. At this time, I think we have a little bit of time before lunch. Is there anybody in the audience who has any questions? And I see a hand back up there. If it's for someone specific, make sure you name them and go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much. What was the first person's name?
Avery Deane.
Hi, Avery. You didn't get any applause and show gratitude?
We were still settling into the format of the panel. Yes, thank you so much for initiating that. Yes, go ahead. On the nose.
What are you concerned about? I don't have a 14-year-old son, so I can't speak too directly to that, but I would say putting him in touch with people older than him who have been through what he's been through to help just hear him, guide him. Also, you just serving the role of allowing him to feel safe expressing his emotions, which is something that historically boys have not been given. That alone will do tremendous work. And he can sit in our group if he's interested. Yeah, I'm sure he'd learn something. I don't know how interested he might be, but he's welcome.
Other questions? It's really hard to see. Yeah.
I'd love to hear from a couple of people where you feel the psychedelic movement is going in terms of the next few years.
I would like to know, counter question, because that's such a big question. You know, it's a huge question. And so if I could ask you to kind of narrow down maybe a little bit of a canon. So, because there's so many facets, like there's 109, there's 110, there's behavioral, there's decrim, there's all of these unknowns still that we're trying to, there's so many different working parts too, right? So we have so many different people collectively working in different areas, and sometimes they don't merge together. And that creates conflict and confusion. And so that is a loaded question, but I think the best answer that I would want to give without even you answering my counter question, because I'm doing this, is just say that we need to come together more. We need to have more open dialogue. We need to be talking about what's happening at the state level, what's happening at a city level, what's happening at the county level, what are going on with the laws and policies, who's working in it, who's making the movements, who's writing it, where's your voice at? Do you know that actually not even most, every single person sitting in this room has the opportunity to listen to every single decision that's being made on these laws that are passed, and that your voices can be heard, your questions can be heard. Doesn't mean that they're going to get answered. It doesn't mean that most of the people on those boards are going to know how to answer that. But that actually solves some of the problems, is that we start to realize that sometimes when we put these collections together to work on like the 109 board or 110 or whatnot, that maybe they're not the best qualified or suited. And so it prolongs getting some of these decisions made that shouldn't be so hard, like getting hung up on units or things like that. Like there's a lot of different facets that I think that people don't realize that they can be more involved, and it's actually really exciting because you're influencing history and you're influencing the change that you need to have. And if people aren't present, you're not actually getting that change that you need. You're just going, okay, well, someone else is going to make the decision. And maybe that box isn't a box that you're going to fit in. Maybe that limit isn't a limit that you're going to fit in. Maybe the fact that sitting with a therapist and doing a journey is going to be $5,000 out of insurance isn't going to be something that you're comfortable with, but you get to sit there and you get to have your voice heard. And so I just want to encourage everybody, if you want to know where the movement is, start coming to the meetings. Go to healthcare professionals. That's a great place. A lot of those conversations are going to be had there. A lot of the people that are invested are going to be there. And they're easy conversations. It's just people sitting together and going, okay, where are we at? What do we need to do? What are your hang-ups and bang-ups? And how do we actually like resolve together? So it's a loaded question, and maybe you could narrow it down for me after I just did that, but yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
What changes are you seeing in psychedelic facilitators in terms of a culture shift around how facilitation is held, offered to the community? And what overarching themes, and this is a question for everybody, what overarching themes of cultural change are you seeing in the world right now that psychedelics are playing an integral part in?
I have a brief thought on that. So through Measure 109 with psilocybin services, there is an integration appointment that has to be offered. It doesn't necessarily have to be taken by the client. And as Sari spoke to the inaccessibility of the cost, we can be hugely influential as the Portland Psychedelic Society because we provide free, accessible integration circles. So, and we don't just do it one-on-one therapeutically, we do it in community. You have social support there as well. So I would just like to put a pin in that point. I think it's gonna look a million different ways, as Sari spoke. The biggest kind of question mark is the human impact. The voices that will speak to power for what this can look like. And it doesn't have to be just one way. Do you have thoughts, Casey?
Yeah. Well, I could talk about this like forever. So we have a very serious mental health crisis in the United States and probably, I would say, globally. Opiate addiction is referred to as an epidemic. Alcoholism, addiction has skyrocketed. All of those things have skyrocketed just since the beginning of the pandemic. So how do psychedelics impact our culture? Psychedelics are, I'm not a medical doctor, and it hasn't been proven that it can heal these conditions, but I've seen it. And I've seen it in like countless like hundreds of people who are on a healing journey using psychedelics, all different kinds of psychedelics, microdosing, and of course it's most of what's being done is quote underground or illegal in the United States right now, which if you think about it, it's like it just doesn't make sense. Does not make sense that, you know, that there's like millions of people suffering and there is a solution. So it is up to us to raise awareness, I believe, raise awareness of the benefits of psychedelic medicines, reduce the stigma around the use of psychedelic medicines. I was talking to Brian earlier, and it's like, you know, we're in this little echo chamber. It's like we know all this stuff, but then like you step outside of it, and there's people that, you know, are still believing the propaganda that came along with the war on drugs. And you know, I think that with with this work coming more above ground, there's more attention being paid to specific ethical standards. Not that that hasn't been part of the underground work, you know, underground community, because it has. But I think that is getting more highlighted. And who knows where it's going to go? It's like impossible to figure out or even, you know, like assume or anything what it's going to look like, because it could go a number of different ways. We need to have decriminalization. People need to have access to these medicines. I have people who are, you know, they're in a freaking addiction. I'm sorry, I'm going to kind of go off a little bit. An addiction treatment center, right? And it's like, well, you know, my experience is that with people can microdose or have a journey and have like miraculous shifts in their life. I worked in the Ibogaine community for years and seen, you know, people you know, recover from, you know, really serious heroin addictions and other ones. But it's like, you know, I mean, people should be able to at least like freaking microdose when they're in treatment for addiction recovery, or, you know, microdose for depression if they've been on medications for 10, 20 years, cocktails of medications. You know, it's like, well, they should have the ability to test that out, at least. So reducing stigma, educating, raising awareness, and I do not support people, or I'm not encouraging people to to do illegal activities, but you know, 110 kind of reduced that a little bit, so get a little slap on the hand.
Yeah.
I'm complete, thanks.
Thank you so much, Casey. And you know, part of the awareness and the education is knowing that there are those miraculous instances, and then there are also people who have a long journey ahead of them. And there's a wide variety of experiences, and I don't want anyone who's new to the idea to walk away thinking that this is a magic pill of any kind. It's a journey. It's a journey. It opens a path, potentially, and then you have to continue walking that path, is the way that I like to describe it.
I'd like to just piggyback on that, and I totally agree with you, by the way. You have to meet yourself where you're at, you know, and everyone's path is different. You know, the length and time is going to be different. And there was a question about, like, how do we see, you know, psychedelics impacting our culture and things of that nature. And one of the things that kind of like resonated with me while I was mulling over like that question is realizing is that maybe you guys could kind of find yourself in this too, is that you're building a lifestyle, right? You're adopting a way of living, a philosophy, an understanding of not only your own like space as your own, you know, biosuit in this human existence and your connection to nature, your connection to your pain body and the healing that needs to happen. I thought about, you know, just like with Michael, like when I work with women and, just like Casey and just like Nathan, we are trapped in our pain bodies. And then when we do, psychedelics, it helps us release and understand, reflect, and understand what serves us and what doesn't serve us, and things come up and it's confusing, but it's a lifestyle, it's ongoing. Microdosing, macrodosing, however that journey looks, wherever you're trying to investigate, you start to figure that out along the way. And I've been doing this intentionally for over 20 years. My first experience was a 3-day weekend at a meditation retreat for healing. And we did LSD the whole entire weekend, and I was 17. And so, yeah, right? And for me, like, I restore that way of thinking of decolonizing, like, the mindset of what indigenous way of doing things is. And, like, integration is community, it is healing, it is constant, it is a lifestyle. So for me, when I think about psychedelics, it's more like, it's not how it's influencing culture, it's how we're accepting it back into culture and how we're adopting culture into our lives again and saying, this is who I am, this is how I need to be, and no authority over it is gonna dictate that, because we know ourselves the best, and that's what self-expansion is, that's what self-exploration is, and that's where you go when you do your shadow work, and that's where you find the strength in the position that you are, just existing. And it's a really beautiful process, but it's heavy and it's hard and it's different for everyone. But to me, that's what the aspect of the cultural, like, acceptance is that we're embracing it back, rather than ignoring it or denying it or saying we can't anymore. We're saying, yeah, we can, and I need it.
Beautifully
so
said,
does me.
Sari.
Do you want to speak to that question too, Lena?
Yes, I just wanted to, give a reminder, which you just very eloquently did, that we have elders among us. I am an emerging elder in training, and there's a lot of knowledge that is suppressed and erased and ends up being colonized, and a lot of times it's the implicit bias. And one of the beauties of this of plant medicine is that it can give you back your humanity, because we have been stripped of our humanity, all of us, in so many different ways, and having the opportunity, which is it's a very painful journey, with liberation on the other side, but to really recognize how we are all participating in, and perpetuating violence, suppression, domination in many large and small ways every day. And specifically within this community, it's a microcosm of our larger society. And so, please be willing to look at that. And, I just really ask of you to defer to people who are doing the most with the least, in invisibility and suppressed in so many ways, and that there are the elders and there is the wisdom around you, and people who are culture bearers right under your noses. I'm a veteran, and I was not in official wartime, but one of the things I like to say is that, especially for Black women, veterans, women of color, we are in a combat situation. For Black and brown people in walking in the world inside of their houses as well as stepping outside of your house, you are in a combat situation. And so, please recognize this, and for those of you, and this is why we need this integration circle, and it's not just there. Let it be within the greater community. This is like, it's everyone's issue, and it's everyone's. It may not be our fault, but it's our responsibility to get it together.
Thank you.
I love that you just shared that, and I want to leave on that note because I think that's something that our whole community can sit with and chew on and process a little bit. So one more time for all of our facilitators. You guys are so awesome. So awesome. So it is lunchtime. I thought Evan had some ideas for where to send y'all, but I'm not seeing him rush into the stage. There's space to eat downstairs, but if you're looking for restaurants, I believe North Williams is very close, and Straight Up Alberta is what the audience says. Thank you. Okay, and then we will reconvene back in these chairs at 1 o'clock.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. I'm really excited to introduce our next presenters here. We've got Nyanga, Mariah, and Selassie Uuka up here talking about mushrooms as restorative justice. Nyanga Uuka is a peacemaker, community health worker, grassroots organizer, traveler, and a new father living in unceded Multnomah territory. He is a founding member of the House of Joss City, which is a mushroom ministry whose mission is to create brave spaces for people of the diaspora to restore ancestral roots by utilizing the word of the Most High and the mushroom technology. These are amazing people that are doing incredible work, planting seeds of hope and justice in our communities and for the revolution that is psychedelic healing. So give it up for House of Joss City and the Uukas.
Yo, give thanks, Evan, for the introduction. Thank you all for your time and your energy. Yeah, it's a pleasure being here, and I hope you get something out of what I have to say today. So I want to start off with this verse out of the Bible. It didn't make sense to me until, I started building a deep relationship with psilocybin mushroom. And so the kingdom of Jah has been given to you. But to those on the outside, everything is said in parables. And we got lovely Mariah here to help me with the clicker. It's a family affair. Yeah. Baby Selassie, growing like a mushroom. Yeah. So yeah, the House of Joss City is a temple that exists to serve the Most High. Our daily life, our actions, our habits, our occupations is our worship. Our bodies is the House of Joss City. So when you think of what's the House of Joss City, House of Joss City, House of Joss City, House of Joss City, potentially House of Joss City. So through the utilization of our triune of self-discipline, self-study, and self-love, and our sacred sacrament, the mushroom, we're able to reestablish our intimate relationship with Jah, the Most High, and our earthly environment. And so ways to connect to us, House of Joss City. You can follow us on Instagram, House of Joss City. You can follow us at House of Joss City, or Joss City Farm. Have you all heard of the Come Through Market? So the Come Through Market, I think, is on like 7th and Salmon. And it's the first and third Mondays of the month. And we have a market booth. We have a booth. We sell produce. We have a farm on Wapato Island, Savi's Island for folks that don't know. And yeah, we're out there. We feel like connecting to the land, food sovereignty, food security is very important, like in the world that we live in. I don't know if y'all been to New Seasons or Whole Foods. I call it New Stealings or Whole Foods because they always in my pocket trying to get my money. Prices are going up on food. Vegetables, fruits is pretty high. So for us to have control over the things we eat, we feel like that's a step in like our sovereignty. And we also like put together events. We put together educational events to like break down stigmatisms and stereotypes around mushroom medicine, plant technology, mushroom technology for our community. Because in our community, when I have conversations with people that deeply melanated people, black folks, African Americans, Moors, Muslims, we could go down the line, Pan-Africans, a lot of people are like, that's poison, it's gonna make you go crazy, or man, you're gonna be in the street naked running around. And so it's important for us to like educate, start with education first. So a lot of our events are around just education, like this is what mushrooms are. If you would like to cultivate mushrooms, this is how you cultivate mushrooms. Shout out to the big bro, Darren LeBaron. He was very instrumental in the educational process. And we also do educational events around like the spiritual connection to mushrooms and how that has not only helped me, but, helped our family, helped this little one here. It just helped me show up as a better person, just period. Like my personal commitment to just leading with love is beyond what I ever thought it could have been once I started my intentional relationship with psilocybin mushrooms. And so the event or this presentation is Mushrooms as Restorative Justice. And so here we go. So mushrooms, mycelium, as we all know, are decomposers. They break down lignin in like dead waste or dead material, dead organic material, and they recycle that into nutrients and energy for reuse into the earth. And so in my mind, as doing this work, so I started out as a restorative justice coordinator. I worked at Madison High School, what is now Leotis McDaniel High School, as a restorative justice coordinator. And so I was a facilitator. And so once I started building my relationship with mushrooms intentionally, because it's all been about recreation for me, starting back in 2003. I did a journey the other day, and it reminded me that Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, the movie, and the book, Hunter S. Thompson, like my first time was in like Vegas. I tried to be like Hunter S. Thompson, you know? And I almost forgot about that experience until I was reminded through one of my journeys. And so, yeah, going through life, you know, I was always like dibbling and dabbing with mushrooms. My first time, I was like, yo, I gotta bring this back to my homies in the hood. I gotta let them know, like, yo, let's take a vacation. But we don't need a passport, we don't need a plane ticket, we don't need no gas money. We can sit right here on my porch and we gonna go on a dope vacation. And so, yeah, that was back in like early 2000s. Through my journey, I became a community organizer. So I was like deeply rooted in the community. They called it grassroots organizing. And so this all started to make sense when I really started to get intentional and understand like the power of mycelium and mushrooms. Because I used to say like, man, we got root shock in the community, so it's hard to do grassroots organizing. But I'll get back to that. And so, mushrooms, like I said, they are decomposers. Like they are the facilitators or the mediators of like life and death, you know? They take one thing and they're like, yo, you're dead. Hey, you had a good purpose. Let me just go ahead and take your energy and give it right back to the things that are coming up. And it also like works in the reverse for the things that are like, yo, what about the dead folks? You know, some are like, yo, you're living, let me take your life and give it to the dead, you know? And so mushrooms serve like a very important part when you think about the environment, when you think about community, and when you think about cycles. And also when you think about mushrooms, I think about micro-remediation. It says mediation right there in the word, in the definition. And micro-remediation is the utilization of fungi to restore the environment. So mycelium has a way of breaking down pollutants, and you can check this, you can read it in Paul Stamets, you can Google it. You can see that there's research been done in the Amazon where they take mycelium and they put it in like contaminated water or around contaminated water that's been contaminated with oil, pesticides, I think even like lead, or where they dig into the earth and try to get minerals. A lot of stuff runs into the water and pollutes the soil, and it's proven that mycelium and mushrooms, well, mushrooms come from mycelium, that they're able to clean it up, decontaminate the soil through like a process where it just breaks down the contaminants into like water, essentially, into like the smallest particles of the beginning of what the pollutants were, and then it brings balance, it restores balance back into the environment. And so when I think about all this, when I think about the work that I do, because I'm a mediator, I do mediations, I'm a peacemaker, even though I've tried to be like, yo, I'm not doing this anymore, I just want to go sell t-shirts, it always brings me back like, no, you are a peacemaker, this is your role, this is what you do. Because I've tried to get away from it plenty of times. I've tried, but now I've accepted like, yo, this is my role. And so when I started this journey of like, yo, these mushrooms and my profession and just my occupation and like what I believe in, I'm like, there's so much like relationship here. And then we do educational events, and Darren LeBaron is like, yo, you're a mushroom having a human experience. And I'm just like, yo, that makes so much sense, you know? And then when I tap into high doses, I'm like, the mushroom is like, yeah, you know what he's talking about? Can you feel it? And I'm like, I can feel it. And I'll be saying that for the next hour and a half, like, I can feel it, I can feel it, I can feel it. And so, yeah, that's part of my journey. And so, look, going into the restorative justice, because like I mentioned, part of my journey is being a restorative justice, transformative justice practitioner. And so what that looks like in different contexts, the way I've learned it was in a school system, and that's like switching up policies and procedures to make sure that students aren't being like excluded, aren't being shamed or judged for like the mistakes that they make. We don't like to use the language of like victims and what's the other one? Perpetrators, you know, people cause harm and people have been harmed. And so that seems like a fair way to like adjust that. And so as I do this work, you know, I think of restorative justice in my context. You know, when I think about the system and trying to restore the system to a place of where it was good, I'm like, I don't know if that exists. I'm like, we might need to just get rid of the system and create a whole new system that works for like all of us, you know? But when I think about like myself and like restorative justice and how that could work for me and my personal growth, I'm like, okay, you know, I am born with like a community of like DNA and ancestors, and like my cells are just, it's a community. It's been in existence since way before I could even like remember, you know, I am my ancestors right now presenting. And so when I'm like, how do I restore my sense of like who I am, like my purpose, like how do I really step in to my role as like a peacemaker? And then I think about my practices and the things that I've learned through like restorative justice. So then, you know, I like to break down the words like restore. It's to bring back to an original condition. You know, you have an old couch in your house, you're like, I really like this couch, you know, I don't want to throw it away. You take it to a reupholsterer, and that person could reupholster your couch and make it look like beautiful again, or your vehicle or anything. And then when I break down the suffix, the ative, the active, it's meaning showing the ability to perform an activity. Like if I'm informative, that's the ability to inform. If I'm performative, that's my ability to perform. And so when I think about justice, that's a hard one, but when I think about justice, it's the concept of like righteousness, equitableness. And crime survivors, a group online, they define it as a concept of moral righteousness based on ethics, rationality, law, natural law, religion, or equity. And so I'm like, yo, that makes so much sense to me. And so when I think about restorative justice and I think about the work that I've done in schools and in communities, I think about the practices and the work that I do on myself. I think about my practices, you know, like what is my personal commitment to restorative practices, or to take the necessary steps, or to rise up, because not everybody could take steps, but to rise up to be restorative, to be full, to be whole. And that comes with that personal commitment to like lead by example. You know, I got a little one here, and I must lead by example. If I want to see good in the world, I feel like I need to be good in the world, so he could have a motto of like what good in the world looks like. You know, if I'm like talking about being loving, I need to really show like what loving looks like. You know, I have to like really commit to going deep and doing some restorative inquiries, unpacking behaviors or incidents without shame or judgment, like my position and my identity, carrying like masculine energy, male presenting. Like I have to like unpack a lot of things that I've been programmed to say like this is how I'm supposed to present versus like how I'm like truly supposed to present. And you know, and so this process creates like a lot of like turmoil inside, you know, and I have to be gentle. Mushrooms really taught me how to be gentle during this process. I feel like when I go in on my journeys, you know, and I go in on gigantic journeys, I feel like the mushrooms, like, sometimes they ask questions that are like, I don't want to say they're hard, but they get straight to the point, like, yo, let me ask you this. Like, how are you showing up in the spaces? How are you showing up in your family? How are you showing up for your son? And, you know, it's not any shame or judgment that goes with that. And so going back to the mushrooms asking me these questions, it's almost like the mushrooms are mediating my two selves, because there's like a conflict going on. The conflict of my true self that wants to come out, and the conflict that's happening with myself that has been programmed and contaminated with like the system. and, you know, the way things are, society, because society tells me I'm supposed to show up in one way. And, you know, deep down inside, my heart is telling me, like, nah, that's not the way to show up. But then when I turn on a song, the song is like, nah, you need to turn up this way. And then I'm just like, well, what do I do? And that creates like a lot, you know, that creates a lot. And so the mushrooms is like a trained third party, because mushrooms have been around since the beginning, and they're pretty knowledgeable. If you know, you know. And so that is the most trained. I don't need to call them like, yo, I need help with this, because the mushrooms got it. I'm like, the mushrooms have been here for forever. Like, if the mushrooms don't know, I'm like, who does know? Then I'm like, okay, Ja, you know, the mushrooms, look, I need to come to you. You're all around. And so, you know, it's there to support disputing parties. And like I said, that could be me, the internal, to, you know, get to a place of where I can move about through self-love, you know, like loving myself truly, like loving the mistakes that I've made, loving myself for correcting those mistakes, loving myself for, you know, just being in this battle in the first place, loving myself for being able to like show up and love my partner, you know, my wife, my child, my family, my friends, my community. And so going back to the triune of the House of Jah City, you know, when I see personal commitment, I'm like, yo, that's that self-discipline. That's being disciplined to when all these distractions try to come take away like my space and my time, where I can't like focus on like what I need to do to correct thyself, versus like, well, this seems entertaining, let me go do this, or, ooh, that looks like a good TV show, let me do this, or there's a lot of distractions out there that want to take me away from meditation time. It's pretty hard nowadays to sit and meditate for longer than like an hour, you know? And good meditation for me comes if I can sit and meditate for like 2 hours, 3 hours, but then I have to like sacrifice some things. I'm never gonna sacrifice family time, but I can sacrifice Netflix, I can sacrifice Hulu, I can sacrifice my video games, you know? And so yeah, I'm like self-discipline. And then when I think about the restorative inquiries, that's that self-study. That's like during my meditation, my time for self, like studying me, studying my background, studying like the things that program me to think the way that I think, studying like what was it then and how does it present now, because the same things that were programming me or programming my family to program me, those things exist now, but they have just adapted and they look different, but they still exist. And then when I think of like the mediation, that's like when I get to like that self-love, that's that agreement, that mediated agreement when I'm like, okay, I agree with who I was, I agree with who I am, and I agree to like continue this to be who I would like to be who I need to be for my family. And so this is a nested model of conflict analysis. It's adapted from Marie Dugan. I use this a lot during like my work with like mediations and so. And when I think about as within, so without, I think about these structures. Like I've been talking a lot about like the internal, like all of the work for me starts with the internal. It's like right here. Then it goes out to the interpersonal. And this could all be like internal, interpersonal, institutional, structural. It could be internal, home, community, society. Like you could break this down into like a lot of many different things. But for me, thinking about the internal, the interpersonal, the institutional, say like when we go into a grocery store, a hospital, a bank, a school, work, and we think about structural, that's like the government, that's like the policies, the procedures, the practices, the norms, the values. And then I think about the privilege and the oppression, you know? Both could get, privilege is like sugar water and oppression is like lead water. Too much sugar water will get you to the same place. Lead water will get you, and it's not good. And you don't even need a lot of lead water to make you sick. And so for me, when I think about like internal, I'm like, if I could do my internal work, that will get me to a place where my interpersonal interactions are like close to as pure as they can be, especially if the other person is doing their work too. and then we could be in this like pure, like this pure moment of like existence, you know? And then from there, I don't feel alone when I have to like go into like an institution. Like I don't feel like, and all these are like conflicts, because I'm having internal conflict all the time. And there's interpersonal conflict. You know, we don't really be conflicting like that, but you know, sometimes I make her mad, and you know, but we're not gonna talk about how she make me, but sometimes I make her mad. So there's like interpersonal conflict. And then there's like conflict with like institutions, like going into a bank, like all those things that I've named, I've had conflict with them in some sort of way, whether it was a bank or a school or a hospital or, you know, another institution. And when I think about structural, I'm always at conflict with the government. I feel like we got things going on right now in this world that you should feel like you was in conflict with the government right now, you know, because there's some BS floating around. And so for me, it's kind of hard to be like, yo, this conflict that I have with the government, get right out there, step in front of that train, you know, I might get mauled over. But if I take the time to build up to that and work on my internal self so that when I do show up in spaces with other people, I am not carrying like a bag that will disrupt the group dynamics of that group and make it that harder for the group to address conflict with the institutions. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? And so, so my internal conflict, you know, I gotta address that. Then I'm in a group setting, you know, we got awesome dynamics. I feel like we could take on any institution. This Trinity right here, we could take on any institution. And it's even better when we have a community of folks where we can take on the institution together. So if everybody's taking the time to do internal work so that the interpersonal work can like flow better, we could challenge institutions like very easily. I've seen it before. I've been a grassroots organizer, you know? And if I say microremediation helps with like contaminating like the grass and the roots, then I'm like, yo, mushrooms, look, let's get it in. Before any like organizing thing that we do, let's pop some mushrooms. Maybe we could do it a day before. Then we get out there and the institution better be scared, you know? And then when we take down the institution or we form other institutions, those institutions are better able to go after the structure, go after the policies, go after the norms and the values that exist that serve to like oppress others, oppress most, and like privilege some, you know? And so I'm like, yo, this whole mushroom thing, like, this is big. And so it even goes like, as within, so without, you know? So if I'm like, the structure, it influences the institution or uses the institution to promote those values, those policies, you know, like the hospital has racist policies, the banks has racist procedures, schooling systems has like procedures, you know, they exclude and they expel students, they put them out on the streets, and when students are put out on the streets, it's most likely that they will be going into some type of criminal justice system. That's like a fact, you know? And so the institution influences the interpersonal, and the interpersonal influences me, you know? So you could take that, like the structure that influenced my mom's school or my grandparents' school, that influenced my grandparents and my mom, and they influenced me. I'm like, yo, so I'm like, there's a lot here, like, so that goes back to the internal, like, I am the pollution. The pollution really starts here in my mind, you know? It started in the mind of the people way back then that created these structures. And so I'm like, yo, if we could just address the pollution and decontaminate ourselves from the programming, from the norms, from the values, from the practices that society says is like the way to go, then I feel like we can do a great job of like getting it to where we want to be. So it's like if the system is like a cake and the cake has all the stuff in it, you know, and it's like, yo, eat the cake. And we like, I'm gluten-free, I'm vegan, And they're like, yo, but I don't care. You have a slice of the cake. It may be a little slice, but you have cake. I'm like, I can't take that out. I can't pick the gluten out of the cake. It's already baked in there. So for me, I'm like, yo, let's kick the table over, get the cake out of here, and like popular education, we could all come together and bake a cake that works for everyone, you know? And so with that, mushrooms have been very influential in like getting me to like understand it in this way, helping not only myself, but our family. Shout out to Brother Quele, he's not here. You know, he's very influential in this journey. He actually gave me the fuel that I needed to be like, yo, this is you. Because through my experience, I just share it with others. I'm on my mom, I'm trying to get my mom to get this. And so once my mom does it, you know, my best homies back home are on it, or not. One is like creeping slowly, and some are just like, but that's like the work, you know? And it's just like leading by example. It's like, I'm not gonna be up there like, yo, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. I'm gonna just be like, yo, I'm gonna live my life. I'm gonna just live, I'm gonna exist. My last journey that I took with mushrooms, a deep journey, it said, just exist. Existence is enough. Exist as your whole self, and that's it. And so, yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't know where I'm at on time. Oh, time, look, it looks like I'm right on time. You know, I'm always on time. What is time? But yeah, I give thanks. Look, Evan's right there, so time was getting there. Yo, shout out to Evan, you know. He's been there, and so yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Mariah, Baby Selassie. Yeah.
I can take that stuff. You got it?
Yo, thank you all.
Give it up for the Aukas! Woo! We're back. That was amazing. Yeah, just one more round of applause for House of Just City and the people doing that amazing work. Woo! That is what we need more of, that philosophy, that way that we're moving forward in this movement. We need to take that seriously. We need to bring that home. We need to plant those seeds. We need to tend the mycelial roots that we could learn from people like Nyanga, Mariah, and Selassie, and we can start growing those ourselves, each other, and influencing our friends and our family to start believing that we could kick over that fucking table. I don't want to eat that fucking cake. He's so right. So yeah, thank you again, Nyanga, and the Aukas. Our next speaker is Laura Riley. Laura Riley is a licensed professional counselor and has been practicing over 12 years in community mental health and private practice. Laura's approach is somatic relationship centered. She supports her clients with developmental, sexual, and intergenerational trauma, intimacy, and holistic embodiment. She offers ketamine-assisted psychotherapy for individuals and groups and facilitates dance movement and trauma-informed psychedelic integration groups. She is the founder of the Portland Integration Network, and she has completed the MAPS and Polaris training for MDMA and ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. Laura is an amazing, amazing resource for this entire community. I'm so inspired and so proud of the work that she has already done so far, and so excited to see the ways that she continues to give back out of the goodness of her heart. She's a really incredible human, and I'm so, so honored that she's here to talk. So give it up for Laura Riley.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Wow. Feels, move this chair, because it's a dance, right, that we're doing together. So some spaciousness for movement. So I used very basic slides, because I think simplicity is also healing. And you know what brings us together. So we're gonna connect through Today I want to talk about how the body is an important center of our healing, how connection with each other through our bodies, through relationship with each other, and the community that was talked a lot about today is how we heal and grow, and also with the earth. There's a lot to say. I have about 30 minutes. And so this, I just want to say, this is like a beginning and an ongoing conversation that I hope we continue to have, and I know it's already happening in our community. I mean, it's an example of what the people that have spoken tonight or today to share, that they've shared. So it's happening, it's alive, and permission for us to just continue the conversation together. So let's start with, a little bit of a grounding practice to get into our bodies. And in connection and with the community and the earth. So if you want, I'll do a meditation. It's just gonna be about a few minutes, but just take a moment to look around the room, around this space that's been created by all these amazing people. Look around at each other, feel your awkwardness and yet your connection in your awkwardness with each other. It's a lot about what we're here for, is to show up and be in connection and relationship, also in our everything. So then now, just if you want to gaze in front of you or close your eyes, or find something like these awesome mushrooms that I feel really supported by to look at, if that feels better for you. So take a moment to go in or in front of you at something that feels resourcing. And then let's all just take, if that feels okay for you, always permission. That's also what we're talking about here, is permission and choice. So if that feels okay for you, to take a deep breath in. And exhale out together. And just coming back to a natural rhythm. This we also are remembering through this work, through our relationship with the medicines, with the earth, is our breath. And its natural cycle, and our natural cycle with each other. And so just connect to your breath, and it's okay just to notice. And we'll connect with the dance with the body. So if it feels okay to you, placing a hand on the heart. This center place in our body, this vehicle of connection with all of life. So just feel and just notice the dance of our awareness of the heart. And maybe you just feel sensation and warmth. And this is embodiment. Just feeling this moment right now. Here. Good. And then we'll dance our awareness to, perhaps in your own journey work, your own healing journey with the medicines, you have found a deeper connection with yourself and with another in relationship. So take a moment to just turn towards that healing and growth in connection in relationship with another. That perhaps you've been walking on this path. And maybe you haven't started working with medicines and psychedelics, that's okay. Maybe you have hope there, and that's perfect. And then come back to your heart and your body and hear what it says as you connect with that person, or maybe an animal that touches you, touches your heart. What does the body say? And now connect to a community that was spoken a lot tonight, a community that you are growing and healing with through this work that you're doing, or that you're sharing with others, that you're supporting. So connect to those people or those animals. Those communities that hear and see you and feel you, and you them on this path. And now let's dance with the earth And bring your awareness to perhaps a place in the earth that you have felt held and supported and safe. Maybe it's a tree or a flower that you return to. Maybe it's come through your journey work as an ally. Or maybe you've been held in journey work with the earth. So just connect there for a moment. Turn towards that, dance towards it, step toward, receive. And thanking yourself for taking the time to turn toward the heart, turn toward your body, to a relationship, to the earth, and to each other. In the dance of our wholeness, may we come back together and remember we're here together in our wholeness. That it's not separate, it's interwoven and interconnected, and that's what we're talking about today, and also how to do it safely and well together. Take a deep breath in. Exhale. Settle it down, down into the earth, giving back to the earth, to each other. If you want to open your eyes, I did. Oops. Okay. So here's a dance. This is the dip. No. This is just a really sweet capture of some of I'm talking about our earliest experiences today. So I work mostly with perinatal trauma, developmental and attachment, sexual abuse, and a lot of these woundings and healing opportunities through connection and beyond words. So that's why I'm starting out with this image of this sweet, sweet little family here and the importance of this. The embrace. This is Runa. It's my cat. She wanted to come in. And this is a good, this to me is an example of the turning inward towards ourselves also in this journey. The turning in and sometimes the holding within ourselves and our own hearts to, I think Chad really talked about a lot of that, like his journey of going inward and listening. This is a place, Kolchak Lake, that was a spot that I did a lot of some of my own soul kind of medicine work and deeper listening also. Just really held by the earth and the trees and the water and the mountains as an ally for safety to heal with the earth and return back to it. So your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Rumi. This was my first mystical love poem I ever read at 14. And I was like, well, now what? No one tells me how to do this. And so it was a real awakening for me of what does that even mean? And I spent most of my life, I thought I was doing the work and, traveling the world and backpacking and, free. And little did I know that I was actually quite dissociated and, suffered from an eating disorder for 17 years, addiction to alcohol, and really disconnected from really intimate and authentic, meaningful relationship with myself, my body, my heart, and in relationship with others, my family, partners. And so I took, I was at one of the festivals, it was my early 30s, and someone gave me MDMA, and they're like, you're gonna dance, and you're gonna have fun. And I said, all right, I love that. That's great. Another way I can just leave my body and, not feel actually what's here. And it took me, my first time working with psychedelics, it took me into a spiral of really seeing my relationship with my mother and how I'd not had any relationship with her most of my life. And in fact, I hadn't even talked to her for, I think it was 10, 12 years by that point. And I'd just been that disconnected that I didn't even feel it. I didn't even know I didn't have a connection with my mother. And it was a safe place for me to start to feel compassion for her, and then the unfolding of the pain and also compassion and acceptance of what I have been through, and what we've all gone through, but really like starting to see, to feel, to heal. And that experience woke me up. So I think a lot of this work, this medicine, there's an awakening that happens that a lot of people are speaking to. And so that was my first experience of awakening to the barriers, was just complete dissociation of pain and hurt and abandonment and neglect. In our bodies, in this moment, there lives the seed impulse of the change and spiritual growth we seek. And to awaken them, we must bring our awareness into the body and into the here and now. Pat Ogden is one of my teachers from the sensory motor lineage. But I love this image of just like, I think Allison or someone alluded to it today, it's like the unfolding. And so the medicines in this safe with the earth, a safe container, that's what we'll talk about today, but to really the unfolding over time. You know, it's like I got cracked open with that journey, but then there was other ones to continue to soften the barriers and the calcification around my heart, to be able to give and receive love, but that didn't happen all at once. This has been over time. And with the nutrients of community and the light and the resources that we all spoke about today. So I just am this, and the idea of that it's all within us and that it wants to happen when it's ready to happen. So we don't have to force things either. Especially with trauma. So our bodies tell a story of our struggle to love and be loved. We hold these beliefs: I exist, I am loved, I matter, you exist, you are loved, you are matter. This lives in our bodies. Obviously, the opposite of that, too, is what we carry around, and from very early on. And the psychedelics, the medicines can really open up. I don't need to go into the science of it, but they open up a deeper, I believe, healing potential within our unconscious, which lives in our body. And through relationship, that makes it possible to heal these deep wounds that wouldn't otherwise be accessible. I've worked in the VA, community mental health. I have full spectrum of all these different modalities and stuff, but I found that, and my own healing obviously is the medicine of this awakening and awareness for me, is that I could only heal really through my body and with these some deep early wounds that wouldn't otherwise be accessible. So what I'm talking about is perinatal, that's in the womb, developmental. This is early developmental experiences that happen for people that maybe were not met, or there was harm or neglect that can also be healed in these spaces: childhood sexual abuse, sexual assault, shock, and intergenerational trauma. And so for me, you know, a lot of my work has been healing the maternal line and healing those wounds there. And I've seen the unfolding of my connection with my sister and my mother over time heal through my own healing. And I've seen this with my clients too. One of my clients started to actually feel the grief of the loss of her relationship with her family. And then soon after, she was able to start to talk about it with her family. And so it's interesting how that unfolding really does ripple out as we do this work and hold these spaces with ourselves and each other. My emphasis here is that the trauma impacts our sense of safety and trust. So these are going to be important in working with psychedelics, is to honor the protection strategies that are there too, and that to like that plant or a flower, it will open when it's ready, and then that will move us towards more safe connection and healing, both with our body and each other. And so really, we want to support safety and trust in these spaces. And I also think in this space, there's a lot of potential for healing attachment. So when maybe a caregiver is not there, so we begin to take on these beliefs: I don't belong, I'm not worthy, and then those get healed. I see people shift from a sense of not belonging to really feeling more connected. A lot of people spoke about that today. The other thing I want to speak about is the inner healer and the capacity for this organicity, like I keep emphasizing, the body knows how to heal, it knows how to move towards our wholeness. Everybody spoke about that, especially with trauma, if we give space for it to move through the body and in relationship. When words aren't enough in these spaces for healing, sometimes there's not language, so giving space for the language of the body, which is sensation and movement and sounds, imagery, and that is part of completion and healing. We're seeing that, people are like, how do I do this in a safe place? It's having a caring presence. You don't have to have a therapist. You can have a friend, a dear family member, but the consideration of, or if you're offering these to people, being a presence of caring, like connection, and that can be a lot. That's that fertile soil that supports this inner wisdom to come through for transformation, for healing. So just like empowering choice around what that might feel like for my clients, for you, if you're holding space for people, or you're doing this own work, what might safe presence be for you? Also with healing trauma and developmental wounds, perinatal, intergenerational, relational healing and the corrective emotional experience is at the center of the work, I believe. It's like I've had clients say, wow, it's the first time I was able to feel grief with another being. And I think everybody's speaking about that tonight, is the connection with each other. And so as soon as, say, my client, she begins to soften and feel the grief, she then can start to feel that grief with her partner. She starts to feel the grief with her own family members, with the earth. And then, of course, that opening to like, oh, I matter. My needs matter. My feelings matter. I actually matter. And so just so much potential for this to heal these deep wounds through our bodies and through relationship and across time. And what I'm curious about is like, what didn't get to happen that gets to happen through these experiences? It's like, wow, I've never got to yield. Most of my life it's been like on hypervigilance and there's been such journeys where I could just yield into the earth or someone's arms and feel held and belong and that sense of safety. And that literally changes us. If we can just do that for one person, if I can offer that one person in my lifetime, like I feel grateful and like in service. If we can do that more for each other, this literally changes. We see as lines down our family lines, and that heals everything. But we need to talk about, in order to talk about all that goodness and like the potential, we also need to talk about the challenges, and Brian brought it up too. It's like, this can really be a difficult thing. I just talked to Ariel in the back. She gave me permission to say, it's like a snake. She sheds her skin. It's painful, but there is the potential of that new vision of the snake in its wholeness and its bright colors. But we need safety for that. So for this to happen, for trauma to heal and these experiences to feel whole and healing, we need safety. Does that mean who are you with? Where are you at? What's your relationship like with this person? If you're holding space, if you're a therapist, if you're a sitter, if you're with friends, like really consider that, like honestly, where you're at, who you're with. Can my body, because it's a nervous system conversation here, is my body safe? And if it's not, okay, we need to find ways to make that happen. If you don't know what safety means, maybe there's that prep work to do. Like preparation is so important. Collaboration, if you are with someone, it is a collaborative process working with the body in this healing. We never know what a person needs. The person knows what they need. So we're empowering choice, we're empowering permission to choose. If there's anything else we can offer people, it's this choice to know their own wisdom, to know their own healing capacity, and not get in the way. We've gotten in each other's way for so long. So get out and just be with each other. And this requires conversation. This is also part of this work, is talking through and talking about things. What is around touch, especially, like what is safety for you with touch or not? during, after. This is a whole conversation and dialogue that we constantly need to be happening, and this is not enough time for around touch, because we're seeing a lot of issues coming out in underground, even in clinical work, where touch has been violated. And so especially with trauma and sexual abuse, we are looking to do this well. We need to do this well. We need to do this carefully. We need to go slow. And if it means not touching, then don't. I feel very passionate about that to ensure safety and choice. One of my teachers, the Midhoffers, through the MAPS training, said, why am I talking? The other question is, why am I touching? How much are we putting our own self in there, our own expectations or projections? So just even if you're in a space with other people, but I also don't want to be afraid of it. It's just how do we work with this well? Because it's also, like I said, the very vehicle to healing is through the body and connection. But we need to have these conversations when it's done harm, and how do we navigate that? Choice and more choice, ask, always asking what would feel good, safe right now, is this okay? I had one of my clients, she did not want to be touched in the ketamine session. She said very clearly no. We navigated that. So her sense of touch and contact and feeling safe was, I'm here, and that felt like a hand on the shoulder. I am here. And that was enough, for her, for me, her to feel me there with her. Another client, she didn't necessarily have touch in the session, but she felt a transpersonal spiritual holding, like a real deep embrace of a cosmic enfolding. And I've had that too for the first time, and it felt very like perinatal healing. And I think that what happened with her, she was able to start then to feel more belonging and start to really connect to the people in her life and things she loved, and creativity and joy after that more transpersonal holding. So the holding can happen in different ways. I just want to speak to titration. Bigger medicine doesn't mean, and bigger experience doesn't mean greater healing, especially with trauma. It needs to go slow. It's an unfolding and unwinding and an honoring of our bodies and its wisdom that can rise through healing. To touch or not to touch, this is a whole conversation, and I think just listen, ask these safety questions, take time. The integrate, we need to follow up with care and supportive resources. This is part of what we're doing here in Portland Psychedelic Society, and I'm doing so well, and the integration network. But we were inviting curiosity, what's happening in the unfolding, what's changing in the person's life, how did it impact you if there was touch? Let's talk about it, because we don't talk about it enough, and how we impact each other as well, at the personal, relational, and spiritual level. If you're holding space for another, do your own work. This is something that I have to return to myself, and we have each other to remind each other for humility and integrity of our humanness. We are in this together, and we're gonna mess up also for holding space, but let's talk about it and let's support each other. What is needed for attention in healing ourselves? My brother, he finally asked me about psychedelics yesterday, actually. It's funny. Asked for mushrooms, but I was like, oh yeah, I'll hold space for you. And he immediately was like, no. And so I've just interjected myself into his experience. And, so it's for me, I was reminded to take time and not assume, with our family members too. It's take time. In terms of touch training and trauma training, do we need it? I think it's important, or at least read some things, talk to people, more conversations, consult. Support and accountability, we're talking about that in the community, to be able to if we need repair, if we need support, to talk to each other and to say, hey, this happened, or I heard of this in our communities or in another community. How do we navigate that? If you are in a community and there's been harm, or you think there needs to be repair, we're looking at creating a space for people to go to talk about that and get support. And really, I think a way forward in terms of visioning is that to learn how to do accountability and repair together. I need to learn that too. It's how do we show up in our realness and support and heal and grow together with humility and honesty. So that's curious to me for our movement forward is around this stuff. I think it's going to be really important for safety. Ethics of Caring is an awesome book by Keelia Taylor, Psychedelics and Psychotherapy. So those are really great resources. Yeah, let's get real. The shadow healing and unfolding. We may uncover trauma. We may feel love for the first time. I think someone said it earlier. And then, wow, now I start to feel my rage. I start to feel my grief for the first time in 33 years of a loss of many losses in my life and non-connection with my mother and other things. And it's like now other parts come forward. If I start to feel safe, I can grieve. And now anger, I see a lot of my clients start to feel rage, actually. They've been in a collapse most of their life and freeze response. Now they want to fight and at least mobilize that energy. But we have to find ways to normalize that and support that. And it's okay. And how do we do this safely? Because we're holding a lot in our bodies. And we have a right to experience our bodies, but let's do it together in a safe way and support each other in that. The unfolding over time, more time, more time, more time. This is not a one-time deal. This is a relationship with this work, with the medicines, with the earth, with each other. Not interested in a one-time thing. If that is happening, we want to support this natural unfolding for each other. Really meet each other where we're at in the present moment. Integration in the community. This is the essence and the medicine, which Allison said earlier, with each other and the earth. How are we changed by this? How are we moved? How are we challenged? What are we seeing that we don't want to see? That's been stored in our bodies down intergenerational lines. And how do we hold each other in that? Showing up, creating spaces like this. 2 to 3 people, if you have friends you're doing the work with, gather, talk. Avery said it, I love their group, everybody, so good. And returning to the earth. So enlightenment is the only beginning, is only a step of the journey, and you can't cling to that as a new identity or you're in immediate trouble. You have to get back down into the messy business of life, to engage with life for years after. Only then can you integrate what you have learned. Only then can you learn perfect trust. So I think these medicines really turn us toward our capacity to be human and feel. And really, it's most of my clients and myself, it's it's really just to be here fully, right here, and with what's right here. That is the spiritual practice that I believe, return us to. And in connection with everything and each other. So yeah, that leads to the Integration Network. I think I'm almost up on time, but this is birthed out of my own sense of isolation and fear and unknown and needing community, and just seeing a need around building a network, just like PPS is doing, and other groups and circles in the community and collectives. So we are a network of multidisciplinary providers, practitioners offering holistic psychedelic support for education, prep, harm reduction, legal treatment, and integration. So yeah, we're mostly really just trying to offer more resources. That's what I think we all can be doing, because we all have an amazing wellspring of wisdom that we all have to offer. And so it's coming together and sharing that, and empowering voices and more resources is what we need for our future, in this work and our healing, our dance. So these are the people I say thank you to, that we're all we've helped to rise it forward as a service in the community. Leslie Burke, Jennifer Beeman, Brian Pilecki, Simon Ugler, Alyssa Gursky, I think I spelled your name wrong, sorry Alyssa, Stephanie Padaska, and Obi Schlachter. Real quick, provider services, we do harm reduction. People offer all their own approaches and holistic expressions of what that is, probably for their own medicine that they're giving to others. Treatment is legal, groups, and individual. Ketamine integration is full spectrum, art therapy to movement to men's groups. And we're growing, people are stepping into this to offer this more in our community. education. We want to empower voices with a blog and a podcast, workshops, mostly to share resources together. We offer 2 times a month peer consult. I think that's the way forward. That's like what I think we also need, is just to really show up with each other and talk about things and consult about things that come up and get support. And if you aren't a therapist or whatever, you can do that maybe, like I said, with friends or your family or whatever your local community is, to talk about things, support. And we are hoping to, continue, I think, our healing forward too as community, just gathering in joy and connection. And I think this is what they ultimately help us return to and remember, is our connection and joy together. And what that may be different for each person. And we want to keep collaborating. I think this is something that I continue to heal, and down my lines is isolation and aloneness, and that's the medicine, is our collaboration and weaving together support and community and our belonging with each other. So Starhawk says, if spirituality is to be truly life-serving, it must stress that we are all responsible for each other. Its focus should not be individual enlightenment, but recognition of our interconnectedness and commitment to each other. And that's it. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. That's the time. Evan, is there, I think I'm up on time, yeah? Evan? What are you? This is that frightening memory of when I was a kid and on stage and by myself, so. What's that? Oh. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, questions? Yeah, this feels a little bit better.
I'm going to support you.
Sure.
We gave a little bit of a cushion, because I don't know if anybody else has been to a conference where they don't actually stay on schedule and it's usually like 20 minutes behind. But somehow we have like the most amazing presenters of all time, and we've been like right on schedule all day. So if you'd like to do a Q&A,
Sure.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah? Into it?
Yeah.
Let's do
You
it.
can join me if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who has questions for Laura?
Who has questions?
Yeah, go for it.
The what, sorry? Cost. For, like, right now, what's legal is ketamine? Yes. Yeah, it ranges for different providers. Okay, here, I'll repeat it, yeah. So her question was, what's the cost for right now legal treatments, psychedelic-assisted therapy? And that ranges, that's a good question, it ranges depending on where, from, I've heard people from $300 for a 3-hour session to $600. So it depends. There's also Sequoia Center too, which is out there, that's offering accessible treatment. So it really depends on, and then groups are more accessible as well for psychedelic assisted therapy. So yeah. And this is, and I also speak to, it's not, and I think Brian said it too, there's not one way to do this. There's a lot of pathways. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. If you want a mentor in, yeah, I mean, there's, right now we have, if you want to take like a training program, there's lots coming out for the 109, trainings. I think Alma Institute is here. We've got Fluence, Earth Medicine. It's like things, synaptic integrative care. But then there's also other ways to mentor through not just above ground path. So yeah, do you want to talk about that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, from the facilitators panel that was up here earlier, the health professionals, mental health professionals group would be a good place to get some names of folks who are interested in doing this type of work. Any of the integration circles as well, you're going to find community members who are working underground. In addition to that, I want to plug the Liberation Institute. So if you are someone who is going to school to become a therapist, the Liberation Institute is a really awesome organization that provides supervision for folks who are looking to gain supervision hours for licensure. And then they do sliding scale fee for folks who are seeking therapy. And while it's not psychedelic therapy, it is very friendly to this world. And the folks who run it are huge supporters of Portland Psychedelic Society as well. So that would be where I would plug if you're looking to go the licensed route.
Yeah. Also on the integration network, the Portland Integration Network, you can look up a lot of folks on there. That's also the point of it, is to look at folks you want to talk to and have a conversation with them and see what they're doing, see what they're up to. Liz Hokie is listed on PIN. I'm happy to talk with people about the path, the path I'm on. Brian also, is a person in the community. There's lots of people. So I think that kind of returns to the community piece, like meet people, talk about it, see what they're doing, what supports they have. That's another way. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Any other questions? I know I talked about a lot.
Somebody in the back there.
Yeah. Well, our focus is relationship. That's the primary purpose of why we built that, is to be in relationship in a community. We did a survey recently with our providers. Some people answered, some people didn't, but it was a lot about just really the desire for a community. So we're our vetting is we want to talk with you. What's your background in the work, and what's your intention, and what are your supports? What supports do you need? Yeah, just getting to know you is the vetting process. Relationship. Yeah, and we're all still growing. Everybody's doing so much on that network. It's pretty amazing. And so it's like herding cats. Brian's really good at that. I would say Brian's the lead cat herder, getting us all together. But it's what I've seen, what I've heard from a lot of people is that they build connection within the community, reaching out to each other, meeting, creating projects, envisioning. Of course, we're going to want more voices empowered. Maybe we'll do something like this too with you all. Joint collaborations. So we're slowly growing. I move really slow on things. So yeah, it'll move at the pace of community. And the pace of trust and relationship. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Providers, and we also have a lot of we have coaches and people doing other holistic healing. Jennifer Beeman's on there. We're looking at a lot of my integration work is with shamanic work. Dance, movement, nutrition. It's all the different ways and pathways to our healing. It's like there's no, and I think, we're moving in a direction of like, there's a lot of more people will do this, so we need more support. So the vision is like just more support, more support, more support. So yeah, it's everybody, who wants to give and care about this. Yeah, I'm open to also meeting any of you that want to connect, and Brian, we're open to just building relationship, weaving together support. And I love ideas and help, like that is helpful for me, just even your question, like to make that more clear. Yeah. Any other questions? Thanks for your patience. It was a lot of information. Learning to distill. The PIN, Portland Integration Network? Oh, yeah, the best way to find PIN is Portland Integration Network. Maybe next time we'll have something out there. Just Google it, and we're there. And you can, if you want to apply to be part of it, you'll go to the provider page and apply, and I'll be the one chatting with you, and we'll set a time to connect, and do all the things. So, another question. What's that? The Ethics of Caring by Kylie Taylor is amazing, and then Psychedelics and Psychotherapy. And even if you are not holding space, these are really great books for empowerment and choice. It's for your sitting in ceremony, and the Ethics of Caring. What's that? Yeah, I do EMDR. Yeah. My modalities are EMDR, sensory motor, and neuroaffective touch. Those are like the primary ones that are for integration and preparation, embodiment, before stepping into altered non-RE state work, and especially working with preverbal early trauma and sexual abuse. So the prep is also just as important as everything else. So I find those tools are helpful, especially EMDR, to practice the letting go and the surrender, because that's also a non-RE state healing modality. So, sometimes that's enough. Yeah.
Can you speak to the peer groups? Like, there was like a bullet about that. There's not a great information.
I know, I'm not very good at doing slideshows. I need Brian to do them for me. Okay, so peer group. We have 2 times a month. One, Carrie's facilitating or helping hold the other one. I'm doing the one on the 3rd week. We have 2 a month. That's 1 hour. It's part of being part of PIN. It's people show up, you talk about cases, clinical cases. You get, hey, I did this came up in a session, or this is the integration. We talk about cases, consult with each other, share resources, ask questions. It's designed for practitioners, but maybe we can talk about, it's like being open to being open, like to the potential of something else than just that. I mean, I think that was our original vision, is just like support, community. It came through medicine, it's like, this is the only way, is through that. No, not like structured, you do this, I do that, so you can't. So, that would be awesome. I think it adds a more rich conversation, and we get to learn from each other that way. And I also, it's growing, so ideas, I put on there ritual art therapy. Lissa Gursky does amazing art therapy work. We did a movement and art integration group with movement and dance and art. We'll return back to that, but there's so many different potentials too. Like if you want to start your own consult group, or your own support, it's like kind of like PPS, they're the model. It's like we're just, we can do it all different ways. So, any other questions? Also, it's so fun, like we're doing potlucks once a month. Sometimes there's only like 5 people, and sometimes there's 20 people there, but we're all just like hanging out and being in connection. So, sharing meal, dancing. I think that heals trauma. I don't know about you guys, that's healed mine, to be able to be in connection with each other. So, Any other questions? Yeah. Okay. If the client what? Sorry? Has been integrated. Yeah, I mean, I don't really, that is up, that's the perception, or like what, if I think they're integrated, I'm kind of getting in the way. So it's mostly like, it's that unfolding. It's really, for me, in my perspective, it's what's right here is the integration. So because of that unfolding process, like, it's like, this is what's right here. If they're not integrating, or you asked if they were integrated, I think that it doesn't exist. I think that's a life process till we die. So, but I mean, I know your intention behind that too. Yeah, I know your intention behind that was. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, that's where for me, it's when I'm noticing, okay, I need to do some of my own work here to sit back into myself and settle back into trusting their process and trusting that they're exactly where they need to be at this time in their unfolding, in their healing journey. So that's, and that kicks up my own stuff, if that does happen. But I've seen people take, massive doses of psychedelics. I know their history. They're blown out. Their nervous system is gone. They are dysregulated, and they need a lot of resourcing for like a year, like deep. Some people, they don't want, and they don't, and then they keep going doing what they're doing, but I'm also trusting that. I'm trusting the wisdom of those protectors, like I said, those adaptations. Like, I'm just trusting that. I'm offering resources, Brian. It's like we're offer resources and choice, and education. I think a lot of times people need education, and then encourage them to do their own education, and then you're like, okay, well, here. Just also being present, yeah, with what's unfolding. I really appreciate your question. Thank you. It's yeah. One more question. Allison says one more question.
She's got it right back here.
Sorry, I had a question about the shamanic piece and how much do you use that resource in your work, and what are some good areas around that that you present?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I have some opinions about it. I feel vulnerable up here right now. It's okay. I'm working on it. I'm working on the vulnerability piece. But I think there's a lot of potential for, I mean, I love shamanism, the connection to the earth and spirit to support our healing and our wholeness. And I think in this work, I think there's the importance of trusting the inner healer and stepping back and giving space for that wisdom, like I spoke about, to rise and move through without doing something to another person. Okay, because sometimes shamanism is like it can be a doing, a practice. If I have a visual that comes through, that a client could, like, if I have something that comes through that might be shamanic considered, or there might be sound that moves energy, but it's all energy. I ask permission. That's the essence that I want to bring forward, is just ask permission. Ask, is this okay? Or I have something I'm noticing, is it okay if I offer that? That's with anything. So shamanism is really a powerful tool, and it can do harm if, again, consent, choice. So thank you for that question. Yeah, is that it? Okay, thank you. I like the conversation.
Okay, thank you so much for your graciousness and taking up a little extra time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody give it up for Laura Riley one more time. I have a personal experience of doing group work with her, and she's amazing, so highly recommend her expertise. Yeah. While we have a few moments, I just want to announce we do have some really cool crafts going on downstairs. Every time I go down there and somebody's down there, they're like, I had no idea this was down there. So I'm announcing to the crowd that we have awesome crafts going on. There's places to mingle and hang out down there. So please feel free to use all of the space in this auditorium that we have today. It's a really beautiful building. And I will hand it over to Evan for the announcement of the next speaker.
Just also in the conversation of using all the space, for folks that are like standing in the back and hanging out, there is balcony seats upstairs if you do want to use those as well. There's 2 staircases on both sides in the back if you want to switch up the view. But yeah, we got a question in the back? We are making psychedelic kaleidoscopes downstairs, yeah. We're also building mushrooms out of clay and having a great time. It's really cool, yeah. If you get a chance, swing down there, it's awesome. All right, our next speaker is somebody that has been organizing with me through the Psychedelic Society for a very long time. He is one of the hardest working, hardest researching, studying human beings I've ever met in my entire life. And I'm really happy that he's here to present the research that he's been doing within the Psychedelic Society and all of the amazing things that he's discovering about our brains and psychedelics and how it's all working. This is going to be an extremely educational presentation. So like, if you have a notebook, good job. If you don't, like, get a piece of paper or something, because you're going to be wanting to take notes during this presentation. So, Eisen is an integrative biobehavioral researcher who is the director of the Portland Psychedelic Society Research Group. He is currently receiving doctoral training and is working to advance the field of psychedelic science through collaborations with other health-related disciplines. Man, that is way too short of a bio for all that this human being does. But he'll tell you everything that he does. Everybody give it up for Eisen.
Let's just make a test here. Oh, it works. Hooray. Not every presentation I go to, this works. Well, hello everyone. My name is Aaron, and I'm a biobehavioral researcher who's currently in the process of getting his Ph.D. And I'm also the director of the Portland Psychedelic Society Research Group. And today, I'm going to be giving a presentation of our theoretical frameworks, as well as a brief overview of the projects that we have been working on and some of our preliminary results. But let's get started with some psychedelic neuroscience 101. So your brain is made of cells, including neurons, which are specialized cells for communication. Oh, there we go. So these cells specialize in communication, and the way they do this is both through chemicals and electricity, with the chemicals being neurotransmitters. So I remember when I was giving one of my first neuroscience presentations, someone in the audience asked me, okay, so these cells, they specialize in communication. What do they say to one another? Well, they say one of 2 things, either stop or go, with stop being inhibitory, stopping the signal from going down the neuronal chain, or go being excitatory, have the signal keep going down the neuronal chain. You also have these synapses, which are these tiny little gaps between the finger or the foot-like projections of the sending neuron called axon terminals and the finger-like projections of the receiving neuron called dendrites. Now, within the synapse, you have a bunch of these little structures called receptors, and neurotransmitters and drugs bind to these receptors and cause intercellular effects. Now, it seems that psychedelics love serotonin receptors, or maybe serotonin receptors love psychedelics. While psychedelics bind to a whole variety of different serotonin receptors, it seems that all psychedelics bind to the 5-HT2A receptor, 5-HT being serotonin, 2A being one of the different serotonin subtypes. So we see that how well a psychedelic binds to the receptor is directly related to its potency. So binding to the receptor, or its affinity, is shown down here. We can see LSD has an incredibly strong affinity. It binds very well to the 5-HT2A receptor. And because of that, it's incredibly potent. In fact, as we can see up here, the correlation coefficient of 0.97, that nearly means that this idea of affinity, or how well a psychedelic binds to the 5-HT2A receptor, and its potency are nearly the exact same thing. But then what happens when these receptors are activated? We see some really interesting effects. Wrong way. So there's a part of the brain called the thalamus, and that sits right on top of the brainstem in a very strategic location for its job. So the thalamus has all these connections that fan out into the upper layers of the cortex, as we can see in this screen right here. So what the thalamus does is it takes information that's coming from the brainstem, and then it sends it to the regions of the cortex for further processing. However, when you consume a psychedelic, we see that the thalamus activity is dramatically reduced. And when that happens, we see some very interesting effects. So this is the brain when you're not consuming a psychedelic and the thalamus is doing its job. So all these different clusters of colored orbs, they represent different brain regions. And what we can see here is that the brain regions, they're talking to each other. Not that much, though. However, when the thalamus gets shut down, all the brain regions start freaking out and they start talking to each other a lot more. Not to mention, sensory input can get sent to the wrong places. Like you might have audio input getting sent to the visual cortex. Now you can see sounds. It also hijacks another part of the brain that sits right next to the thalamus called the locus ceruleus. And what the locus ceruleus is, it's your orientation network. So if I were to step out into the street and a car was coming towards me, I would be oriented towards that car to get out of the way. So psychedelics hijack this network, and they orient you to things you might not normally be oriented towards. Like all of a sudden, your hand becomes really interesting. So where are these receptors? They are all over the place. We see them expressed heavily in the neocortex, which is this kind of outer wrinkly layer of the brain. It's kind of loosely generalized as higher order cognitive functioning and somatosensation, like knowing where your body is in space. There's also the olfactory cortex, smell. Hippocampus, memory. Basal ganglia plays a big role in a lot of different things, but loosely generalized as a big part of the reward networks. Thalamus, we talked about. Cerebellum, that's actually a really interesting structure back here where 60 to 70% of your brain cells are. And the brainstem and spinal cord, kind of where that sensory information comes in. So these receptors are expressed all over the place. And when they are activated, we see some very interesting psychological effects. There's so many different psychological effects, but the ones I'm going to focus on today are this extinction learning and low-level associative learning. And kind of what we found is that in mice trials, we'll take mice and then we'll play like a buzzer noise and shock the mice every time we play the buzzer noise. After repeated trials, the mice become fearful of the buzzer noise. Then what they do is they separate the mice, they give some of them psilocybin, they give other mice nothing, and they see how many times it takes for these mice to no longer fear the buzzer noise without a shock. And it takes way less times with a psilocybin. Additionally, I'm really interested in behavioral flexibility. And it's not only behavioral flexibility, but we see flexibility of thought patterns and even beliefs, which is pretty interesting. So how do psychedelics do this? How does activating this receptor lead to these psychological effects? Well, we see physiologically when these receptors are activated, the 5-HT2A, we see growths in neuroplasticity, the growth of new neurons, and synaptogenesis, the growth of the functional components of the neurons, like the axons and the dendrites, meaning they can make more synapses and function and work better. So when these receptors get activated, we see a rewiring of the brain, which is super interesting. Okay, but why does the 5-HT2A receptor rewire the brain and lead to these effects? Well, it starts with human development. As we are developing, the 5-HT2A receptor is very heavily expressed. It's very active. And this helps us to soak up all the information in our environment like a sponge. And then it makes us more plastic, better able to adapt to our environment, which promotes our survival. However, when you're an adult and you have this system activated, we see some really interesting effects. But before we get into that too much, let's just talk a little bit about the difference between a child brain and an adult brain. So children are actually born with 200 billion neurons. But by the time you're an adult, about age 26, you only got 86 billion left. You lose almost half your brain cells as you develop. But wait, who can do more, a child or an adult? An adult, but they have less brain cells? What's going on here? So it seems that by cutting out the brain cells you don't need, you strengthen the networks that remain. These networks become more highly efficient and specialized, and they process things quicker. However, this can lead to adults jumping to conclusions about things. In addition, that also leads us adults being very prone to things like biases. On the other hand, kids' brains, they're not that highly specialized and efficient. While they might take longer to process things, they also don't jump to conclusions. They tend to see the whole picture, and kids tend not to have these biases. So when you consume a psychedelic, kind of similar effects that we're seeing, kind of all these different networks start talking. Some similarities there to me, like with the child brain versus the brain on psychedelics versus an adult brain versus a brain not on psychedelics. So what some researchers are proposing is that consuming psychedelics leads to a system regression. Adult brains start looking more like child brains. We see global integration. All the networks start talking to each other a lot more. And local disintegration. The networks are no longer that segregated. They start communicating a lot more to each other whenever you are doing an action, behavior, or thought. So why does this happen? What is the purpose of activating these receptors and having our brains be more plastic, look more childlike, see the whole picture, so on and so forth? Well, that really helps us to adapt to our environment. When we are in times of stress, when we're in times of threat, that is when this system engages. And that helps us to be adaptable in our environment and helps us to survive. Humans are the most adaptive species on the planet. Can you think of any other species that lives on every single continent? Besides bacteria, of course, those kind of guys. But honestly, and that really comes down to these adaptive processes of the human brain. Now I want to talk a little bit about psychedelics and depression. So the reason why I want to bring this up is because of a study that was done in the Imperial College in London a few years back by Robin Carhart Harris, and he really ushered in a whole new era of psychedelic neuroscience research with this study. So in this study, there were 20 patients who had treatment-resistant depression, and that was defined by the failure of at least two different classifications of medication. I hate that term, treatment-resistant depression. It sounds like they're no, the treatment isn't working for them. They're not resisting the treatment. We've got to work on our terminology there. So another interesting thing about these patients, they were depressed on average for 20 years. 20 years. So my guess is they probably tried more than just 2 classes of medication. They probably tried everything known to man, and nothing worked. Not to mention that, they had severe depression. which was dramatically affecting their lives. So 20 patients were enrolled in this study, and it started with a 10 milligram psilocybin dose on day 1. And that was just to dip their feet in the water. No therapeutic dose was intended at that point. That was just to see if there were any adverse reactions or experiences. And I always get asked this. No, it was not mushrooms, it was pure psilocybin that was produced in a lab. So everyone tolerated it fine, and then they proceeded 1 week later to the therapeutic dose of 25 milligrams. 1 week after the therapeutic dose, every single participant had a reduction in their depressive symptoms. And 3 weeks later, 9 out of the 20 participants were in full remission, meaning we can no longer measure their depressive symptoms. Remember, these patients had been depressed on average for 20 years and probably tried everything known to man, and nothing worked for them. And a single psilocybin experience, 3 weeks later, half in full remission. Let that sink in for a second. Now, that wasn't even the thing that ushered in a whole new era of psychedelic research. It was the fact that Carhart-Harris also did a brain scan the day before and a day after. We've never done this before. We've only looked at it during the experience. We've never looked at the changes before and after. And what they found was really, really interesting. So he focused on the part of the brain called the amygdala. And the amygdala plays a big role in our emotional regulation, generally thought of as being kind of these negative emotions, but also plays a very big role in positive emotion, all emotional regulation. And we see that under the influence of a psychedelic, amygdala reactivity is quite dramatically reduced. And that might explain why some individuals might, when they consume a psychedelic, feel less fear and engage in behaviors they might not normally engage in. Anyway, so in this study, what they did was they showed them pictures of negative social stimuli, which was faces of people not looking happy or displeased with you or upset, and positive social stimuli, which was like happy faces, people being in good moods. And they looked at the amygdala's reactivity to these faces the day before and the day after. And what they found was that there was reduced blood flow in the amygdala. And this was associated with reduced depression. Okay, cool. But what they also found, this reduced blood flow was also associated with increased amygdala reactivity 1 day later. So psychedelics, when you consume it, that day reduces the activity, but the next day comes right back online, even stronger than before. And that's really puzzling, really puzzling. Like if we think about the common treatments for depression, that would be things like SSRIs. And the whole point of SSRIs is to reduce the reactivity of the amygdala. And the logic there is by reducing reactivity of the amygdala, you reduce reactivity to negative emotions, but also positive emotions too, which is why some people, when they consume SSRIs, kind of say they feel numb. But it seems psychedelics have the polar opposite mechanism. Instead of numbing people to their emotions, they lead to the acceptance of all emotions, and that is powerful. They also looked at the default mode network, which is your rumination network, your daydreaming network, and when you consume a psychedelic, just like with the amygdala, we see reduced activity of the default mode network. Now, reduced activity of that may lead to kind of in-the-moment thinking, which may be why psychedelics are associated with things like mindfulness. So what they did was they found 1 day later, there was more functional connectivity of the default mode network. It came back online with a vengeance, and this was associated with reduced depressive symptoms. Now, 3 weeks later, they also did another scan, and they found that there were spatial increases in the default mode network, but only among the 9 participants who were in full remission. So it definitely seems that that's associated with the clinical outcome. Now, psilocybin is not the only therapy that we know of that can have spatial increases in the default mode network. Electroconvulsive therapy also does the exact same thing. But if you ask me, I think I'd rather eat a mushroom. They don't look like they're having a good time up there. So psychedelics are effective at working through, these memories or these thoughts and emotions that have been embedded to us for decades or more, kind of would make sense that they'd be effective for working through kind of traumatic and stress-related disorders such as PTSD. And MAPS is really pioneering this field, with MAPS being the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies. And kind of the premise here is that these MDMA, they're alliance-building medications. And one of the greatest predictors of success in any orientation of psychotherapy is the alliance between the therapist and the patient. And these alliance-building medications help to strengthen that relationship, but not only with the therapist, it helps to strengthen the person's relationship with themselves and with the other people around them in their environment. And that is very powerful. Those connections can help to reduce the fear of PTSD treatments. PTSD treatments are not fun. It is very, very hard to re-expose a war veteran over and over and over to their trauma via exposure therapy. The dropout rates are high, and it's very, very taxing on the individuals themselves. So standard treatments for PTSD appear to have, let's see if there we go. Oh, too much. There we go, okay. Kind of spoiler. Standard treatments for effectiveness for PTSD seem to be about 10 to 25% effectiveness. In other words, if you go through a standard treatment for PTSD, you're more likely to not benefit than to benefit. However, assisted therapies have much more effectiveness, 67 to 83% level of effectiveness. So in other words, if you go through an assisted therapy, you're more likely to benefit than not. But let's pause here for a second and just think. Okay, so psychedelics seem to be really effective at working through traumatic related disorders and memories, traumatic events and stressful life events that could be embedded to us for decades or more. Well, this leads me to believe that psychedelics may be quite effective at treating things like early life adversity and adverse childhood experiences when people are adults. And there is emerging research to this extent. So this study came out in 2021, and they found that using psychedelics with therapeutic intent was associated with lower shame and complex trauma symptoms among individuals with early life adversity. Now, another bullet point in the field of psychedelic science is that the field has a fairly big lack of diversity in research right now. In fact, some papers, some authors and researchers have even been calling the field rather whitewashed. It's not only race, it's socioeconomic status, it's a whole bunch of other factors. There's not a whole lot of diversity in psychedelic research. Although I will say, a lot of the researchers here in the Pacific Northwest are working very hard to change that. So, big round of applause for everyone. We're working to make this better. But thinking about it, these two bullet points might be very related. The whole idea that psychedelics are very effective at working through early life traumas, and the idea that there's kind of a lack of diversity in psychedelic fields. In fact, some researchers have even argued that these early life experiences are how social disadvantage gets under the skin and leads to negative health outcomes, at least one pathway to that extent. And this started with this environmental air pollution researcher. And what he was doing was he was researching the effects of air pollution on epithelial lung cells. And what these cells are, they're the cells that literally align the lung. So they are the cells that touch the air that you breathe in from the environment. They are your first line of defense. So he was studying how much of these cells, how much air pollution these cells sucked up and how much damage they got from the air pollution. And what he did was he took people and he put them into a RV van, Breaking Bad style, and he filled the van with air pollution. Now, this was ethically approved. The air pollution was not any more than what you would experience being in downtown Portland during traffic for about 30 minutes. And what he found was that if you had lower income, your cells took up more of the air pollution, and the air pollution did more damage if you were lower income. What? Okay, it's fairly well established that individuals who live, in more slow income neighborhoods have higher exposures to air pollution. That's fairly well established. But remember, this was not that case. This was a controlled experimental setting where everyone was getting the exact same dose of air pollution. Yet the people who had less money in their bank accounts were more negatively affected by the air pollution. Now, how on earth did these cells know how much money was in these people's bank accounts? So he found that this relationship of cell uptake and damage was very heavily influenced by the occurrence of adverse childhood experiences. In fact, adverse childhood experiences were an even better predictor of damage to the lung cells from the air pollution than socioeconomic status. To this extent, individuals with lower socioeconomic status tend to be exposed to more early life adversity. Therefore, kind of the idea here is that early life adversity could kind of be explaining why individuals with lower income were more negatively affected by the air pollution. And that led to the development of this theoretical framework. So in the context of social health disparities, whenever it wants to work, there we go. Individuals who are socially disadvantaged experience a higher burden of negative health outcomes. In addition, these individuals experience a higher exposure to stress across the lifespan, and especially during childhood, as documented through an increased prevalence of adverse childhood experiences in this population. Now, why is that important? Well, the past 20 years of ACEs research has shown that these experiences are associated with a whole host of negative health outcomes, including the 10 leading causes of death in the United States. And this association may be endeared by creating a lifelong susceptibility to stress. This is a big concept, so just to recap, any minute. There we go. So just to recap, individuals who are socially disadvantaged, they are more vulnerable to life stressors, and this vulnerability creates a susceptibility to life stressors. Or in other words, socially disadvantaged individuals have a higher exposure to life stressors, and they are more negatively affected by them, creating the perfect storm for negative health risks and social health disparities. Now, let's focus a bit on this susceptibility concept, as that's fairly new. So far, what we know is that this susceptibility manifests as a hypervigilance to external threat, a pro-inflammatory immunological state, and it reduces telomere lengths. Now, telomeres are so cool. They're these genetic structures that seem to be linked to our biological clock or age. In fact, they've found that they've extracted cells out of living organisms and found ways to inhibit the shortening of telomeres. And when that happens, the cells become immortal. We know that early life adversity has negative effects on telomere lengths. It shortens them. And when that happens, there can be a mismatch between your chronological age and your biological age. And that can open you up to a whole host of negative health outcomes. Now, there's some research that actually suggests that psychedelics may lengthen telomeres, which is super cool. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get into this too much in this presentation just because it would take me way too much time and space to set up telomeres, but if this is something that interests you, find me after this and we will talk about it. I love to talk about telomeres. Instead, we're going to be focusing on the hypervigilance and the pro-inflammatory immunological state. So in the context of hypervigilance to threat, kind of like as I was mentioning before, your brain is going through this synaptic pruning process as you develop, where it's removing the networks you don't need to help strengthen the ones that remain and that you are using. So as this process happens, the whole purpose of it is to make you adaptable to your environment. So your brain is constantly asking a question: what environment am I in? Am I in a supportive, enriched environment? Or am I in a threatening and adverse environment? And if it gets the answer, I'm in a threatening and adverse environment, it develops differently. It changes its priorities. No longer is it worried about longevity and well-being. It's now worried about survival. And those are two completely different entities. I work with kids who are homeless, and you can talk to them all you want. They are not focused on their health and their well-being 20, 30 years from now. They're focused on how to get through the night. They're focused on where they're going to sleep tonight. They're focused on where they're going to get their next meal. And that's adaptation. That is what keeps them alive in their situation, but at a cost, at a big cost. And if we think about this, the brain, from an evolutionary standpoint, the brain thinks, well, I'm in a traumatic environment. There's lions all over the place. They're going to get me. There's no point in doing all these biological processes and behaviors that are going to make me live till 80 and have me have a well, happy, good life, all this stuff. No, I need to focus on how to survive and make it through the day. And the body ends up doing that and makes these sacrifices. There is a very big burden on the body, constantly being in a state of hypervigilance, constantly scanning the environment. It is very, very taxing on the body and is associated with a whole host of negative health effects. Psychedelics, though, may be able to help this. So we see with neurogenesis and synaptogenesis, we see the rewiring of different neuronal networks that underlie this hypervigilance. With the amygdala, we see increased reactivity, leading to the acceptance of all emotions. And with the default mode network, we see the categorization of environmental stimuli, the notion of past environmental stimuli that was traumatic and its association with current gets disassociated, which helps people to recover and alleviate this constant state of hypervigilance. We also see it manifest as a pro-inflammatory immunological state. Now let's just stop and think about what is inflammation? Well, inflammation is your body's response to foreign invaders, like bacteria and viruses. And when your body is in a state of inflammation, to fight those invaders, being in a chronic state of inflammation for an extended period of time is also incredibly taxing on your body. You can kind of think of inflammation as kind of like those old superhero bad guy movies where the superheroes, they catch the bad guys, but then they destroy half the frickin' town in the process of doing so. So that's kind of how inflammation works. It does a lot of damage. It gets the invaders out, but it also does a lot of damage to your body. And if we think about it, okay, so inflammation is your cells hunting for foreign invaders. I would argue that that's also hypervigilance, rather on a psychological level, but your cells are now even hypervigilant to threat. And that's wild. And so what we've seen is that at rest, or baseline, individuals with 4 or more adverse childhood experiences have elevated pro-inflammatory markers. And when you stress them out, when you expose them to stress, we see even more increases in inflammatory markers. Interestingly, psychedelics happen to be incredibly potent anti-inflammatory agents for the exact same inflammatory markers that early life adversity is associated with. Now, these graphs jump off the freaking page to me, but I've been trained how to read them, and I'm not assuming anyone else here has. So let's walk through one of them really quickly, just so everyone else can see what I'm seeing. So what they did here was they had 6 different dishes of cells. Each column is a different dish. And they did different things to the different dishes. And the bar that you see here represents how much of this inflammatory marker, IL-8, the cells produced when they messed with them. So in the control group, the cells were just given the cell juice that they need to survive. That was just to make sure nothing weird was happening with the cell juice, like the cell juice wasn't causing an inflammatory response. It wasn't. Then they gave the cells DMT. Again, no inflammatory response. They gave them 5-MeO-DMT. Again, no inflammatory response. Okay, so check, 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 nothing weird happening. Then they gave them LPS, which is bacteria. Now remember, inflammation is the response to bacteria. So when the cells figured out there was bacteria in the room, they freaked out and they shot up a bunch of IL-8 to go fight the bacteria. Then in the last two conditions, they co-treated the bacteria with DMT and 5-MeO. And look at that reduction in the inflammatory response. So now that we have a better idea on how to read these graphs, let's take a better look at all of them again, with all the extra information removed. So now we can clearly see IL-1B, IL-6, TNF-alpha, IL-8, IL-17, and interferon gamma, the exact same inflammatory markers that early life childhood experience is associated with. Psychedelics are anti-inflammatory. In fact, they are one of the most potent anti-inflammatory agents we know to date. They are much more potent than the current drugs we are prescribing. And a single psychedelic dose could have anti-inflammatory effects that could last for 6 months or more. So, going back to our framework, it seems that psychedelics kind of fit into this puzzle piece a little bit. Could they have the potential to disrupt the susceptibility to stress? We don't know. There hasn't been research there yet. And if they disrupt the susceptibility to stress, could they also be associated with a reduced risk of all of these negative health outcomes? We don't know. There hasn't been research done here yet. Could they be more effective for individuals who are socially disadvantaged? We don't know. There hasn't been research done here yet. So to start this research at the very base level, that could just be including people with more diversity into psychedelic studies, which is what we're doing here in the Pacific Northwest. So getting started. But an interesting thing is that psychedelics are not the only thing that seems to have potential at disrupting the susceptibility. Nature exposure is also looking like a really promising candidate. In fact, nature exposure, the premise here is that nature exposure is associated, and I mean robustly associated, with a reduced risk of negative health outcomes. And when I say it's robustly associated, I'm not kidding. Like, there are so many different conditions like stress, sleep, post-operative recovery, birth outcomes, congestive heart failure, diabetes, immune function, general health, and look at all these. This is just a snapshot too. There's so many more. I have libraries of it, over 3,000 articles if you want to see. Just let me know. So, other researchers have found that nature exposure is associated with reduced stress. And given what we know about the negative effects of stress on health, seems like stress reduction could be an underlying mechanism of nature's beneficial effects on health. And this is kind of proposed through psychoevolutionary mechanisms, which were kind of initiated by Ulrich in the early 90s. And what these psychoevolutionary mechanisms suggest is that we developed in natural environments. That is the environments that our biology is designed for. It is not designed for urban and city environments where there's all this stimulation, all these people, all these lights, signs, noises. Our biological systems were not designed to be in these kinds of environments. Like, think about just in downtown traffic, how many times you'll hear, I lived in downtown, so my house is ridiculously loud. You'll hear the car horns going off every few minutes. Think about in nature, how often would you hear a loud noise like that from natural? Like thunder, yeah, every once in a while, but there's a whole lot less stimulation in natural environments. And that lack of stimulation helps to allow the room to recover from stress, reducing stress, leading to beneficial health outcomes. However, bringing back to nature and social disadvantage, there's kind of this idea that nature might have disproportionate beneficial effects on individuals who are socially disadvantaged. And that's based on kind of 3 related pieces of evidence. First, nature exposure affects health via protective effects against stress. Second, individuals who are socially disadvantaged are more susceptible to stress. Therefore, individuals more susceptible to stress experience greater benefit from nature. And this has been dubbed the eugogenic hypothesis. God, we need to come up with a better name now. It sounds too close to eugenesis. The whole idea, though, is that it's equitable. Nature brings equity and helps those who need help more. So this research is actually supported by evidence, or this theory is actually supported by evidence. This started in the UK in 2008, and there was these group of researchers that were looking at proximity to nature and risk of death from circulatory disease. And what they found was that individuals who lived in closer proximity to nature had reduced risk of dying from circulatory disease. And this association was stronger if you lived in a low-income neighborhood. So this is their results. So let's just walk through one of these graphs really quick. So in this cluster, you see group 1, which is the least exposed to nature. Then over here, you have group 5, which is the group most exposed to nature. And the bars represent, the pink bar is the low-income group, blue, middle, and gray is high income. So let's just look at group 1 and group 5 for a second. And look at that variability. Look at those differences in the bars. They are so much larger for the group least exposed to nature versus the group most exposed to nature. The bars are nearly the same height. Nature has equitable effects. And I forgot to mention, the height of the bars represents risk of death from circulatory disease. So now let's take a closer look at, say, the highest income group in the least exposed to nature and the highest income group in the most exposed to nature versus the lowest income group least exposed to nature and the lowest income group most exposed to nature. Look at the differences in those bars. For the high income, not a huge difference between the least and the most. Yeah, there's a benefit, a slight benefit, but look at that benefit for the low income. And I did the math for us. It's 14 times larger. 14 times larger. That is ridiculous. Not to mention, it's not only circulatory disease. There's a whole bunch of studies that have come out with data on this, and it includes general mortality, mental health, cardiovascular disease, life expectancy, and general health. We're seeing these effects, and it's really, really interesting. But kind of with the nature of these studies, which are epidemiological or observational, they're really, really good at understanding how things work in the real world. They're not as good as establishing things like cause and effect. To do that, you need experimental studies in controlled settings. And so the lab I work in took on that task and ran the first experimental study of this effect. So what we did was we took participants, we stressed them out, and then we let them recover in either a desert or a green space environment or an office devoid of all natural elements. And this is what we found. So let's take a second and look at these graphs. So up here represents stress recovery, with higher being better, and down here represents susceptibility to stress, with more to the right being greater. And our indicator was this pro-inflammatory immunological state. So all of this is inflammation responses. So as we can see, as the individual's susceptibility increased, their stress recovery got better in the natural environments. These graphs indicate that individuals who are more susceptible to stress receive greater benefits from nature exposure. And when we looked at the people in the office condition, we saw the polar opposite, which is the blue line, by the way. So in the office condition, we saw more what would be expected. As susceptibility increased, recovery got worse. That's kind of what you would expect without intervention. However, when these individuals were exposed to nature, polar opposite effect. They benefited more, and that is really cool. So now we have both epidemiological observational evidence and experimental evidence to understand the mechanisms and effects. So this is looking like a really promising field. Back to psychedelics. So psychedelics in the environment. So kind of as I was alluding to before, psychedelics affect serotonin systems. and serotonin systems play a huge role in neuronal plasticity. And why do we need to be plastic? Well, so that we can adapt to our environment. Because without being plastic, without being able to adapt our traits, we wouldn't be able to match what is needed in our environment, promoting our ability to survive and be successful. So we found that manipulating serotonin modulates an organism's sensitivity to their environment. And it's a kind of a complex relationship. If you increase serotonin in an enriched environment, we see positive responses. However, if you increase serotonin in an adverse environment, we see stronger negative responses. Now, I don't mean to keep bashing on SSRIs or anything, but when you think about how SSRIs work, one of their goals is to cause more serotonin to occur. And this could potentially explain why SSRIs don't work for everyone. And I mean, SSRIs, they're pretty effective, but when we think about who has access to treatment and therapy, probably more people in enriched environments. That's probably why it looks like they're so effective. So, it's a complex relationship, the relationship between responses and serotonin. It's a really complex relationship that depends on the context of one's environment. And given that psychedelics are such strong modulators of serotonin systems, psychedelics, I would argue, are environmental amplifiers. And I mean, this concept is not that new to anyone who is familiar with the psychedelic space. I mean, this kind of comes off a lot of times as the term set and setting. And I mean, you can't argue to me that if you consumed a psychedelic in environments A and B, you'd have the exact same experience as if you consumed them in C or D. I'd much rather be down here consuming my psychedelic than up here, that's for sure. So, kind of branching everything together, nature exposure benefits health. Psychedelics are environmental amplifiers. Psychedelics increase the health benefits of nature exposure. I'm not the only person thinking about this. Carhart-Harris came out in 2020, and this is not a research study, it's a proposal, it's a theoretical proposal tying together a lot of the research that I just presented, suggesting that psychedelics, in addition to contact with nature, the co-administration of psychedelics with nature exposure could lead to even better health effects and benefits of the psychedelic therapy. Now, at the lowest level, this implication suggests that we could kind of tailor the environments of, trip settings and psychedelic spaces to promote the best outcomes of the experiences, especially with, the measures that are going here in Oregon. We're going to have very soon legal psilocybin places that you can go to in facilities and you can consume them. So, and we have so much nature here too. We really have the opportunity to kind of integrate these fields, and potentially we could design environments that promote the absolute best outcome from these therapies. Now, the higher level implications relate to the kind of notion of nature's eucogenic effect, the effect of psychedelics on disrupting the susceptibility to stress, all in the bigger context of the framework that I presented on social disadvantage and social health disparities. Now, I want to make it crystal clear. In no way am I proposing that nature and psychedelics could eliminate social health disparities. I'm not even suggesting that it could reduce them. What I'm suggesting is that there's something here. There's a signal that there's something here, and this warrants further research. And that is exactly what the Portland Psychedelic Society Research Group is aiming to do. So now I'm going to do, the time I have, a very quick overview of the projects we have been working on and some of our preliminary results. So we have 3 main projects that we're working on right now, including a systematic review and meta-analysis on psilocybin and mystical experiences, a secondary data analysis on psychedelics and behavioral outcomes and health outcomes, and a literature review on psychedelics, inflammation, and stress susceptibility. So let's talk about the systematic review first. So the premise of this study is that mystical experiences are associated with enhanced outcomes in psychedelic therapies. In fact, some researchers have argued that mystical experiences are an indicator of the quality of a psychedelic experience. And experiences that are in higher quality with more mystical experiences lead to better health outcomes. So therefore, if psychedelics are environmental amplifiers, maybe the environment could have an influence on the occurrence of mystical experiences. Especially, that's really important if these mystical experiences are associated with all the health, or are heavily associated with the benefits of the psychedelic therapy. So to do this, we explored a whole bunch of different research databases looking for articles in order to summarize all of the evidence together on what we know so far. We searched a whole bunch of databases like PubMed, Google Scholar, PsycInfo, a whole bunch more, even more that we didn't show on the screen. And the inclusion criteria included psilocybin administration, and they assessed in some form mystical experiences. And so this is what we found. We had initially found about 1,000 articles, and through our inclusion-exclusion screening, that resulted in a total pool of about 34 articles that we're going to be extracting data from and pooling together. So what a meta-analysis is, for example, if there were 10 studies on psilocybin, you did a meta-analysis on it, it would be like pooling all the studies together as if they were one big study. And this helps to estimate better effect sizes and precise estimates, because in statistics, bigger sample size is better. So we started extracting some data. So far, we've extracted data from 6 of the studies, because not all the studies report the information that clearly. So in fact, you might notice Griffiths was for most of these studies, because he writes up his articles very well, and all the information we need is right there. So how to read these graphs? Each line represents a different study, and the box represents the effect. If the box is negative, that means that the control group that did not get psilocybin had more mystical experiences. If it's positive, that indicates the group that got psilocybin had more mystical experiences. So each one of these boxes is a different study, and the diamond at the bottom is if we put all the studies together. And we can clearly see the diamond is on the positive side. So it's quite clear that psychedelics, such as psilocybin, lead to the occurrence of mystical experiences more than control. This is step 1. So we're going to be extracting all of the data on this to show that psychedelics cause mystical experiences, really have strong evidence of that. Then we're going to be looking at health outcomes and see how psychedelics are associated with these health outcomes and how mystical experiences are associated with the health outcomes. The last step is then to take factors on the environments that these psychedelics were consumed in and to see if some environments were more effective at creating mystical experiences than others and how this relates to the health outcomes. Again, for the idea that we can tailor environments that people consume psychedelics in to have more mystical experiences and more positive health benefits. So the next study we're working on is a secondary data analysis on psychedelic use and behavior and health outcomes. So the premise here is that psychedelic use has been associated with reduced health risks and behavioral risks and other things like criminal activity. So the purpose of our study is to explore the potential eugenic effect of psychedelics. In other words, do psychedelics have greater benefits for individuals who are more socially disadvantaged in terms of health and behavioral outcomes? And to do this, we use the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, which is a large US census-like survey, and we aggregated data from 2002 to 2018. We have more than 500,000 respondents. And we're mostly interested in demographic variables, psychedelic use, health outcomes, and behavioral outcomes. And kind of our idea is that psychedelic use will be associated positively with health outcomes and behavioral outcomes, and demographics will influence these relationships. And they will be stronger relationships if you are more socially disadvantaged. So the data I'm about to show is just a small snippet of this study. We're looking at psilocybin lifetime use, whether they used it any time in their life or if they never used it in their life. We're also looking at low income, and we separated individuals into low-income groups who made less than $20,000 per year or high income who made more than $75,000 per year. And the outcome we were looking at was risky behavior, whether they engaged in risky behavior less or more. And an example of like a question on that scale, how often do you not wear a seatbelt when you ride in a car? So if someone responded never, seldom, they got put in the less group, or sometimes or always, they got put in the more group. There were more questions on the survey too. So we were really interested in looking at the relationship between psilocybin use and risky behavior. And we wanted to see if that differed by individuals with low income versus high income. So we had to reduce the sample a little bit, given that we were just looking at low and high income, cut out a lot of the other groups. So that resulted in a sample of about 41,000, still plenty to do statistics with. So in this sample, about half were low, half were high, with slightly more high income individuals. About a quarter of these individuals used psilocybin, and among those who did use psilocybin, again, there was about half and half for low versus high income. For engagement in risky behavior, about 34% reported engaging in risky behavior, and that again was about half-half between the low and the high income groups. So again, we're looking at the relationship between psilocybin use and risky behavior for low income and high income individuals. And this is while controlling for a whole bunch of different demographic covariates like marital status, education, sex, race, so on and so forth. And this is what we found. Now, I don't expect anyone to be able to interpret or assume anyone to interpret odds ratios and p-values, so let's walk through this. So this odds ratio here of 0.89 or 0.79 or 0.879, suggests that low-income psilocybin users are 12.1% less likely to engage in risky behavior than low-income people who do not use psilocybin. And the p-value suggests that we are 99.9% confident that this effect is not due to random chance. However, for the high-income group, we see that the high-income psilocybin users are 8.3% less likely to engage in risky behavior relative to high-income people who do not consume psilocybin. So that's pretty interesting. So psilocybin has beneficial effects on risky behavior, both for low-income and high-income, but it has stronger effects on the low-income group. That's interesting. More or less kind of suggesting that psychedelics may also have a eugenic effect in terms of behavioral and health outcomes. And the p-value for the high-income group suggests that we are 98% confident that this is not due to random chance. Now, the last study that we're working on is a literature review on psychedelics, inflammation, and susceptibility. And that's essentially exactly the framework that, I've been talking about this whole time. So I don't really need to spend a lot of time here. We're basically writing a literature review to suggest that psychedelics may have potential to treat disorders through reducing inflammation beyond mental health. Not to mention that by reducing inflammation, that could be another pathway that psychedelics lead to improved outcomes in mental health, given that inflammation does play a role in depression, PTSD, and things like that as well. So not only do psychedelics have the potential to treat mental health disorders, but potentially physical health disorders. And that is kind of the point of doing this study. And then also to talk about, the notion that psychedelics may have disproportionate effects for people who are more susceptible to stress. So the whole idea here is to really get the ball rolling in this field. Again, I want to make it crystal clear that in no way do we think psychedelics will solve social health disparities or even reduce them, but there's definitely a signal here, and we want to get the ball rolling. I think the last thing I'm going to say is one really interesting thing about the Portland Psychedelic Society Research Group is that we are the first research group of a psychedelic society, to my knowledge. I don't know of any other psychedelic society in the world that has a research group, and that is really, really important. Because a lot of the psychedelic research that's being done is being done through institutions, people up in the ivory tower. But what are we? We are the community. And this research is being done by the community. Sure, there's a couple people like myself who have been trained on, by institutions, but the majority of our members are from the community, and we are all working together on issues that matter most for the community. And my ultimate goal is that this movement will spread to other psychedelic societies, and then we as the people we'll start researching what matters to us rather than what matters to institutions and policymakers and people who make money. What actually matters to us. And that's a powerful movement that we're trying to start here. And I think we're doing it.
Give it up for Aaron Eisen one more time. Whew. It's going to take a while to integrate that, right? We've got time, nothing but time. Whew. Our next presenter is a dear friend of mine. Avery Deane Swift is a champion of embodiment, erotic liberation, and transformational healing. They work with individuals, partners, and polycules, groups, and organizations to align, integrate, and expand into their full potential. In addition to their embodiment and erotic education licenses, Avery Deane is certified in a number of different energy, healing, and somatic methodologies. And part of their work includes holding sacred ceremonial healing spaces. They also served for 2 years as the executive director of Sex Positive Portland, a 501(c) nonprofit organization committed to changing the world through inclusive sex-positive community and education, where they taught classes weekly on topics such as consent, boundaries, communication, and erotic education. This is going to be a really sexy talk, so get ready, everybody. Avery Deane Swift.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Evan, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you all for being here. I want to give a little shout out to Helen, too, for creating this whole thing back in the day. Can we give Helen a round of applause? She's the reason that I joined the society 5 years ago. I went to something that she was hosting, and she just kind of blew my mind with how amazing she was. So I'm grateful to her for kind of seeding this whole thing long ago. So as Evan said, my name is Is that Mike? Yeah. Hi, Mike. Thank you. Yes, is this better? Can you hear me now? All right. So as Evan mentioned, my name is Avery Deane. My pronouns are they and them. And I'm here to talk to you today about two of my favorite subjects, sex and psychedelics, and the potential that each of them individually have, but especially when they come together, the potential for embodying, really, consciousness to the edges of the universe and beyond. Maybe, I don't know, it's possible. All things are possible. My work is called Embody Your Senses. As Evan mentioned, I work with folks essentially to help become our most authentic selves so that we can bring that fullness into the world and into all of the things that we do. And I'm passionate about it because we're kind of in a rough place, y'all. And we need some healing. And these are two things that I think hold tremendous potential for healing in our world today. So I'd like to start with a little embodiment practice. So if you'd like to, you can close your eyes if that helps you, but maybe find your feet on the floor if that feels okay. And I want to invite you into connection with your breath. Let yourself really notice, intimately notice, where does your body expand as you breathe in? Where does that air fill you? And then as you breathe out, really notice what softens. And then again, noticing intimately the process of your own inspiration and expiration. Each out-breath, a little ending, a little death, and each in-breath, a new beginning, a new life. And then with that breath, starting at your feet, Notice what you feel in your feet. If you need to, we can wiggle your toes a little bit, but also try maybe feeling in stillness. And just notice, what is here now? And then let that awareness travel up your body to your ankles, through your lower legs, your knees, thighs, and your pelvis. Let your awareness now rest for a moment in your pelvis. If you're seated, feel your sits bones, the base of your pelvis. Feel where your weight is resting. And if you're willing, take a moment and feel your genitals. And then let that awareness continue traveling up your body, your belly, your low back, your lungs, your ribs, your chest and back. Feel your shoulders, your armpits, your upper arms, elbows, lower arms, wrists, and hands. Feel your neck and throat, your jaw, your skull, your face, ears, eyes, and the crown of your head. Take a deep breath in now, feeling your whole body together as one, and noticing what is here in that moment. And as you exhale, allow yourself to relax just a tiny bit more. And then from this place of body awareness, connecting where you have, feeling what's available to you now, I want to invite you to bring to mind a peak sexual experience in your life. Maybe that was alone or partnered, maybe a group setting, whatever it was. Call it to mind now and notice what shifts in your body. Notice where it arises. Notice what you feel. The thoughts, images, emotions, body sensations. Notice what made that experience a peak experience. And then take a deep breath into all of that, and as you exhale, gently let it go. And on your next in-breath, bring to mind a peak psychedelic or entheogenic experience. And if you haven't had one, imagine what that might be like. Once more, notice how it arises in your body. Notice where you feel it. Notice the images, the thoughts, the emotions, and the body sensations. And again, I invite you to notice, what was it about that experience that made it so remarkable? Take a deep breath into all of that. And as you exhale, let it go. And now, for a moment, as you inhale, think of those two experiences together and notice what was similar about them. What did they bring up for you that felt similar? What was the impact they had on you that was similar? And now, if you can, distill that down into a single word. And if it needs to be two, you can cheat a little, it's okay. And then gently hold those one or two words in your consciousness. Take a deep breath in. Exhale out the mouth with a little sound.
and when you feel ready, gently open your eyes. And now I'm curious, for any who are willing, just popcorn style, offer those 1 or 2 words out into the room, into our group today. I heard love, peace, safety, connection, freedom, ecstasy, bliss, enlightened pleasure, alive, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So, sex and psychedelics. Each of these individually has so much potential to tap us in to the depth of all that we are. I want to talk for a moment first about sexuality. We are sexual beings from the time we are born until the time that we die. And that may not come out of us in sexual behavior necessarily, but sex is how life keeps on living for so many of Earth's beings. And it's very true for humans. There are a few cases with science now where sex doesn't have to be involved. But we are sexual creatures. Sex is how humans keep humaning on the planet. And so there are levels of biological imperative with our sexuality. And yet also, there's a depth of authenticity to our beingness that we can tap into through our sexuality. And I'm not talking about climax, although climax is a really lovely place, but I am talking about orgasm a little bit. And I want to encourage you for a moment, if you haven't already done this, to consider separating those into 2 unique things rather than them being the same thing. So I like to think of a climax a little like a genital sneeze. It's a thing that happens, right? It's a physiological response to stimulation. There's sometimes there's 2 or 3 little peaks and waves, just like there's 2 or 3 little sneezes, and then there's a drop after that. The tickly feeling starts to mellow out. But orgasm, what if orgasm, instead of being a thing that happens, was actually a state of beingness that we could inhabit? Orgasm and climax, when they come together, incredibly nourishing, incredibly powerful. But has anybody ever had a climax that was not orgasmic? Yeah. Anybody ever had an orgasm that didn't have a climax? Yeah. So in that state of orgasmic beingness, it's a little like riding a wave of pleasure. There's some ups and there's some downs. And if we can cultivate that state of beingness, those little waves just kind of keep going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. I haven't found the top because usually at some point my physiological body system is like, I need a break and some water and a snack. And I'm just so curious what can happen when we cultivate that state of beingness, not only as an erotic experience, but also as a life experience. That state of emanation of joy and pleasure from the inside out, from the core of me to the edges of infinity. I think that's what we call making love. Quite literally, making love. That feeling of love, creating that energy and emanating it out in all directions simultaneously. Anybody ever had that experience on psychedelics? Yeah. 5-MeO-DMT is my personal favorite. I can drop right into that place and just whoosh. And so these 2 topics, sex and psychedelics, these 2 experiences, have a lot of similarities. Both can take us to that place of emanation of love, of bliss, of pleasure, of joy, from the inside out. And so what mind-blowing, perception-shattering experience is possible when we bring the two together in relationship? Not without its pitfalls, not without its drawbacks, not without its dangers, of course. And so there's a lot of space here for a lot of care, a lot of integrity, a lot of trust building that's very necessary for bringing these two into relationship with one another. I want to share with you a little story. It was more than a decade ago now. I was with a partner who we were fairly regularly engaging in specifically using LSD in combination with our erotic lives, which were rich. It was a rich erotic life we had built together. We had pushed the boundaries of what either of us knew were possible in terms of pleasure capacity. And then we brought in a little acid. Woo! Had no idea that we had not yet broken through into some of the things that were still possible. And the healing that was available in that space of not knowing which way was up or down or left or right or inside or outside, and is that inside my body? Is that outside of my body? Is that in my mind? Where is that? What is that? I don't care, I don't know, but don't stop. And having the opportunity to have that experience repeated really showed me that this thing, this brain up here, very limited. Very, very limited. There are a lot of things that this thing cannot imagine because it has not ever been shown. It has not ever seen an example. But this thing, this human avatar body thing that we get to walk around in this three-dimensional experience of being human, there is a lot that can channel through this human body system. Titration, as many others have mentioned, is valuable. It's good to kind of start low and slow and work your way up. Because anybody know what too much, too fast gets us? Trauma. Too much, too fast is traumatizing for our systems. So I encourage you, start small and build. Rather than, well, I think what Laura was saying, a bigger experience, bigger dosages, doesn't necessarily mean better. Sometimes less is more. And so one of the things I really want to bring to your awareness today, I want to talk about a few things, but before I go into this, little caveat, this is not advice. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm going to share some experiences and some of my opinions with you, and what you choose to do with them is your responsibility, radical responsibility for the choices that you make in these spaces. So when we're talking about the idea of sex and psychedelics together, set and setting become even more important than when you've got either one of these things on their own. Because the combination of the two is exponentially greater than the sum of the two parts. So, set and setting, your mindset. Why are you doing this? What are you intending? What are you reaching for? What are you seeking? What is your why? Flesh it out deeply. Get to the core of it. Write it down. Place it on your sacred space. If you don't usually create a sacred space, an altar of sorts, I encourage you to do that for this experience. I'm sorry, I'm not advising you. I choose to do that for these experiences very intentionally. Having those words, having that intention to bring you back to why you're here, to what it is you're doing. And notice where that's coming from. And I want to share a little quote with you. A friend of mine, a name some of you may know, Eleanor O'Brien, is a phenomenal sex-positive theater artist here in Portland. And she recently said about an experience, one of her first experiences on sex and psychedelics, and yes, she did give me permission to share this today. I think because the boundaries of appropriate completely fell away, just a deep dive into messy, glorious, no goals, no agenda pleasure. And so consider that as you're prepping, if you choose to prep for an experience like this. Maybe choose to explore that state of beingness instead of trying to reach any particular goal. Choose your partners and your medicine very, very carefully. Because sex alone can create a deep, deep bond, emotional, chemical, etc., with another person. And a psychedelic experience shared with another being in deep connection can create very deep, energetic, and lasting bonds. I'll tell you a little story. I was sitting in an experience once with someone who I'd met fairly recently, but we had a really potent connection. And we decided to do a little eye gazing while on psychedelics. And it was amazing. It was incredible. It brought some really deep insight and healing for both of us. Fast forward 48 hours, this person is on a long drive back to their home, decided to drink a Red Bull to stay awake at 11 p.m. I'm getting into bed, and all of a sudden I'm like, bing! Did I have coffee today? I didn't have coffee today. What's happening to me right now? I literally was feeling their nervous system in that bing of caffeine. So, be very mindful about with whom and how you choose to link yourself in that way, because it can have deep and lasting impacts. The partner I mentioned earlier, where we shared a lot of sex and a lot of it on psychedelics, after we broke up, they started dating someone new. And the first time they made love, once again, bing, middle of the night, I wake up, I am incredibly aroused, and I'm like, what is happening right now? Took me a little while to figure it out, but I figured it out. So, yes, we can build very deep, maybe even quantum level connections with other people in these experiences. So choose your partners very, very carefully, and maybe have a conversation beforehand about how you're going to navigate those kinds of things if they come up for you. Choose your medicines carefully. Probably wise to do this with a medicine you're already familiar with and not something that's your first time. Probably also wise to do this with a partner you're familiar with, not your first time. I'm going to grab my notes. So now a little more on setting. Don't make any plans for after. Have no plans. Have the plan be to ride this experience out until it is complete, and then food and snacks and showers and sleep. Have a very deep, clear conversation beforehand where you're covering your boundaries, your desires, and your fears, so that everyone involved in the scenario is understanding of where everyone else is at, what everyone else wants and needs, so that y'all can navigate that together. Have a plan for aftercare and integration for as you're coming back down. If you don't already use some sort of safe word scenario, I would encourage you to do so for a situation like this. Simplest is the traffic light system: red, yellow, green. Red, stop everything right now. Yellow, let's take a little pause and have a conversation about what's coming up for me right now. Green, everything's a go. And when you can give somebody that green light signal, that can be really fun too. Experiences like this really need to be grounded in safety, trust, and sacredness. Because we quite literally can be tapping into the depth of all that we are. And if there's one question that humans have asked since the dawn of time, since the dawn of human consciousness, is, what are we doing here? And in my experience, tapping into, bringing these two things into connection, into relationship with each other, can help us each individually and personally answer that question for ourselves. I can't answer that question for any of you, because I'm the only one who I can know my own truth. You can tell me your truth, and then I can know something about it. But I can't figure that out for you. I can only learn that for me. Music, soundscape, the noises around you, hugely impactful in a scenario like this. So choose your music carefully. If you can, turn off all EMFs, all wireless, all Bluetooth, any of that kind of stuff, because even if you don't hear it like in your normal consciousness, things get very different in that space. Another thing to make sure is there's no ads on whatever it is you're listening to. Because boy, oh boy, isn't that a fun experience when you're like somewhere out in the stratosphere and all of a sudden, this brought to you by Capital One. Thanks, capitalism. I would encourage no words in the music that you choose. If they are words, make sure they're words that your brain doesn't know how to understand. They're in a language that you don't know. Have all your supplies handy, lots of towels, maybe some warm towels and some cool towels. You keep 2 separate coolers to keep them a little warm and a little cool, because temperature, thermoregulation in these spaces can be all over the place. I would recommend that if you do use any kind of toys in your sex experience, that at least the first time you do this, don't use anything that has any lights or makes any noise. Because those lights and even just the sound of vibration can be way more intense, and the feeling of vibration can be incredibly much more intense. So I would encourage you, if you choose to engage and explore these arenas, do so with just your body and nothing else first. And then maybe add on after that. Have everything you need handy, safer sex tools, lube, etc. You don't want to be like scrambling around for stuff in the moment. So have it all kind of like laid out and ready. Even if you don't think you might need it, put out whatever you think there's any possible chance that you might want, just so that you don't have to worry about it. Sensation items are great in that kind of experience. Some feathers, some plants, things that you can drape and run along your own or another's body. Very fun experience. Out of doors, if you have space for that, can be really lovely. And then the last piece that I want to speak to is having a plan for integration. Not just aftercare, but full-on integration. As so many folks have said, integration of these experiences is where the rubber meets the road. The experience itself can be a little like a roller coaster ride. And if we don't integrate it, then it's just a memory of a roller coaster ride we had this one time. But when we make a plan for integration, movement, journaling, conversation, debriefing with the person or people in the experience, debriefing with a therapist or a friend or another loved one, all of these things can help us really sink that experience into our bones, so that we can carry it forward with us and allow it to inform how we continue to move through this life. Because when we're in that orgasmic space in the moment where I am one with the universe and my body feels like every cell is orgasmically erupting from the inside out, there are things that we can know. Even if we don't know, we can know in that place. That if we don't integrate it well, they start to fade. And so the integration is maybe the most important piece, at least as important as the experience itself. So whatever works for you for integration, go with it. If you don't already have something that works for you for integration, explore a few things and find what works for you. There are as many paths to integration as there are unique individuals in this room and beyond. There is no one right way. There's definitely more than one way. And we each can explore and find that for ourselves. And so I want to leave you with a final thought, back to what I spoke to earlier. that idea of what is orgasm. Where does orgasm live? Where does it begin? Where does it end? And what if it is not just a thing that happens? But what if it truly is a state of beingness that we can cultivate, that we can inhabit, and that we can emanate from the inside out to the edges of the multiverse and beyond? Thank you.
All right, everybody. Give it up one more time for Avery, Deane, the Swift. Woo. We are at our last presenter. We're going to take a 2-minute pause right here for you to get some water, tinkle, do whatever you got to do. And we'll be right back here. 2 minutes, folks. Thank you so much. All right, folks, let's start to bring it back in. I'm gonna run around and bug people real quick. Cool. That's good. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started here. I'm really, really excited to announce the next speaker and our last speaker for such an incredible day. Everyone give a round of applause for yourselves and for all the volunteers and all the speakers, and everything we did today was so awesome. So amazing. I'm just blissed out with how amazing this day has gone, and so excited that we just get to all come back tomorrow and do it again. So, woo! So, our next speaker is the co-founder of one of the most important initiatives that have happened in the psychedelic movement so far. Hanifa Nayo Washington is a social entrepreneur, cultural producer, and healing justice practitioner with 20 years in nonprofit leadership. Hanifa works at the intersection of mindfulness, placemaking, and social justice to create organizations, gatherings, spaces, and experiences rooted in the values of beloved community. Hanifa is the co-founder and chief of strategy at Fireside Project, a nonprofit that is creating systemic change in the field of psychedelics in 3 key domains: safety, equity, and research. Through their psychedelic peer support line, Fireside Project has created a nationwide safety net that has substantially decreased 911 calls and hospitalizations while democratizing access to free, high-quality care during and after psychedelic experiences. The line has supported over 3,200 callers since launching in April of 2021. Hanifa is also the co-founder of One Village Healing and is an advisor of East Forest's Journey Space, and has been appointed as a founding member of the Global Wellness Institute of Psychedelics and Healing Initiative. Everybody give a huge round of applause for Hanifa Nayo Washington.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Well, what a fantastic day we've had here. Once again, let's give it up for all of the volunteers and the PPS for putting this amazing event together. So who likes psychedelics in this room? Anybody like psychedelics? Anybody into psychedelics? You like psychedelics? Awesome. My hope, my vision, my dream is to be able to live in a world, in a society that welcomes, normalizes, beloveds psychedelics, not as a cure-all, but as a tool, as something that is our right and has always been our right. And that this community is beloved. It is a community that knows how to take care of each other, to support each other in times of euphoria, in challenge, and integration. This beloved psychedelic community is a place where all are welcome and represented, where power is shared, where resources are shared, and where healing and choice are centered. And we are building that psychedelic community. You, me, everybody in between, who's showing up to spaces like this. We believe it, we've seen it, we know it's possible, and it's happening, literally, right now. And that's amazing. But it takes vision, and vision takes work and dedication. And a beloved community isn't just a Shangri-La. It's rolling up the sleeves, getting the work done. It's holding each other accountable. It's calling people in. It's learning to listen when you've been called in. And it's about staying the course. Staying in. In body, in mind, and in spirit. We have been challenged, we will be challenged, and we need to work on our inner work and our resilience practices to make sure that this vision stays rooted and stays true and continues on and on into the future. Now, I'm somebody who really believes in creating spaces for people to come, to remember their connection to their own healing, to their own delights, to their dreams and their pleasures. I'm not a guru, I'm not a guide, I'm not your healer. I'm an artist of holding space and creating that space. I think that it's super important as we dream into the future and think about what is possible, that we remember the right for each of us to be the stewards of our own healing experiences and our own consciousness, and that we're space holders together. We're holding the space, as Ram Dass says, as we're walking each other home. We're not guiding, we're not controlling, we're here with each other. And that is the premise and a foundation of some of the philosophy of Fireside Project. We believe in people holding and sharing the power together in peer support. The support line is not run by doctors or clinicians or researchers or therapists. It's run by peers, people like you and me who've had our own psychedelic experiences or transformational experiences, who understand what it means to just be heard, not to be fixed or rushed or moved away from any feelings of discomfort or celebrated because we're in feelings of happiness, but to just be heard. To be able to sit together when the silence comes. To not be rushed. And that gift of presence, that is what is essential to peer support. That is what is essential to offering this service. It is one of the biggest gifts that we can give each other, as well as we build a psychedelic and beloved psychedelic community, to be in each other's presence. Not asking for anything more or anything less. I think it's really important that as we think about the years to come here and beyond, what is the legacy that we want to leave behind? What are the pathways that we want to create for others to follow and frolic in, to learn in, to connect in, to grow in? The vision of Fireside Project is far-reaching. It's not about a quick fix. It's not about outcomes, measurements. We know the game we have to play. But the vision, the heart, is about the potential that we all have access to live full, healthy, spectacular lives. And if psychedelics can play a role in that, then let's make it safe. Let's make it accessible for all people. Just this past week, we were able to launch an initiative we've been building for about a year, part of our equity initiative. And we're calling it the Affinity Integration Peer Service. We have trained about 40 affinity volunteers, affinity meaning likeness. And so we're focusing on supporting, for this first round, folks from the BIPOC communities, military veterans, and transgender people, so that when they call the support line, they can ask for an affinity peer to integrate a psychedelic experience. We believe that offering this type of culturally attuned care is important, because often these people who are coming from marginalized groups who are under-resourced, decentered, underrepresented, are suffering great traumas that they don't feel comfortable talking with just anybody with. And so allowing this gift of presence to be available for people in this state of integration, we feel can offer a place of vulnerability, a place of trust, to then grow and broaden, right, that beloved psychedelic community, to say we all belong here. What's really awesome about this initiative too is that folks coming from these communities aren't really seen out front in the psychedelic field. They're not the researchers. They're not the researched. They're not the owners of the clinics. They're not the clinicians. They're not the writers of the books and the studies. They're not the growers. And they need to be seen, and they need to be a part of this beloved psychedelic community. So part of this initiative is also, after those affinity volunteers complete their year of service on the line, they will have access to cash grants, as well as paid internships and scholarships to further their education. And we have amazing partners so far. We're working with Naropa University, as well as CIIS, MAPS, Fluence, Psychedelic.support, and some amazing researchers and clinicians like Dr. Monica T. Williams, Robin Carhart-Harris, Portland's own Christopher, and he's here. And others are emerging to come and partner with us because they believe in folks having these skills and the access and the tools. And so we want to provide the care, as well as ensure that we're creating pathways for people to come into the psychedelic space and to root within it, with the hope that they will then be beacons and representation and safety for others from their communities to come and be a part of this as well. What's been one of the most amazing things for me, helping to start and found Fireside Project, is growing the community. We have trained over 140 volunteers over the past year and a half. And I've actually got to meet some of my volunteers today who are here, which is amazing. If you're a volunteer in the room, if you're a volunteer, can you stand up? Any volunteers in here? Anybody? All right. Yes. Fantastic. Amazing. The sense of community that we have built has been pretty remarkable and has blown us away. You know, these are people who dedicate a year of their life of service to work 4 hours every week, the same shift, and provide this gift of presence every week. That's 300 hours that they dedicate to. In our first year, we collectively then provided 13,000 hours of peer support in our first year, and more to come. These are really remarkable people who are doing this. And we get this concentrated pool of them. And so they're connecting with each other, they're growing community together, they're helping each other, and it's just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I would be a fool to not just say now, thank you so much to all of our volunteers and all of the future volunteers who say yes to this. Because without you, this wouldn't happen. And we understand that in a really big way. Because we are literally democratizing this type of care. We are saying we as people, as psychedelic citizens, have the power to support each other. We can't wait for the governments, for the cities, or for the states to create these systems. They will not happen. They will not happen. So we are coming. We are coming to be in service, which is one of the most psychedelic things I think you can actually do. So the story of the name Fireside, what is that about? We think about where has humanity gathered since the beginning of time? What has been the thing that has made it possible for us to evolve and create and move and grow? Where have we danced around? Where have we celebrated around? Where have we cried? Where have we, been in suffering together around a fire? Every person knows that smell. When it gets into your clothes and in your hair, the crackling sound, the glint of the sparks against the night sky. It's something primordial in the fire. You cannot, even if you just close your eyes and you just hear and you feel the heat. There is something that is so alive within it, something so sacred. And we want people to feel like they belong to something that is alive, where they are safe, where they are welcome. Everybody is welcome to the fireside. Everyone has a place by the fireside. Stay as long as you need. And when you know about it, tell another. Bring others to this place. Be together and bear all. Bring all of yourselves and sides. The celebration, the pain, the anger, the release, the joy, the ecstasy, the curiosity, the awe. All is welcome by the fireside. That's the energy we want people to feel when they think about us and this community and their experience. And so on the support line, we support people who are in active tripping states. We support people who are supporting others who might be in a tripping state, so trip sitters, if you will. And we support people who are processing any past experience. So whether that experience was like, an hour ago, or if that experience was a week ago, 5 weeks ago, 6 months ago, 20 years ago, we are open to hold that space as people make sense, process, and integrate their psychedelic experiences. what we know to be true is that holding that space reduces risk. Without that space there, people are more likely to call emergency services, make bad choices, be in isolation, right? And that can cause further and deeper damage and harm. And so what we're seeing from the data that we collect, which does not go back to people's identities, but it's more sort of generic, we know that about 45, 50% of our calls are people calling who are integrating. So these are people who have had a psychedelic experience and they're calling to receive integration. And about 30% of our calls are folks who are actively tripping. And then we have like information calls and then people who are prank calling and things that are outside of the scope of the line. But what the message that we're getting, that we're being shown, is that integration is so important. We already know that, and we can say that in words, but the numbers are really showing us that people really need a lot of support with integration. And there's not a lot of resource out there, or people don't feel like they have community around it. And so we're at this place now where we've built the support line. We are open from 11 to 11. We just changed our hour, so we're open from 11 to 11 Pacific time, AM, PM, every day. And we need people now to know that we exist. They need to know that we exist. There's an actual line that you can call. It's free, it's non-judgmental, it's confidential. You know, if you're a military veteran, or you're from the BIPOC communities, or you're transgender, you can ask for someone from that identity to sit with you and be with you as you integrate. And we need your help to let people know that we exist, to let your friends know that we exist, for you to know that we exist. And there's many ways that you can get involved, and I'm going to talk about all of those things. I'll have some time at the end of our time today to answer questions as well. But I think that if I had to just sort of like land on a point right now, it is that this project doesn't work and doesn't move without people power. And we are a national line, so we support people all over the country. Soon in time, we'll be opening up in Canada and other countries. But this is a project and a movement that is made possible by volunteers with big hearts and alignment with our values and intention. We are in the process right now of actually bringing on more volunteers. So if you're interested in applying, you can go to our website, firesideproject.org, and apply. The application process is open until July 5th. We're bringing on about another 30 or 40 folks. If you think that that's something you're interested in and you want to do, we always ask our volunteers to check your credentials at the door. It is a privilege to just check them. Because when you come into the fireside, you come in as a peer, so that power and hierarchy can just rest at the door, and you can pick that back up as you go. So you might ask, well, what do you do on the support line? What is it like? What's happening? How does it work? And we really believe in the power of listening, of silence, actually, reflective listening, and reflective questioning and normalizing. And so I wanted to invite all of you today into a little bit of an exercise. Some of you are being like, oh boy, here goes Hanifa doing stuff. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to just invite you to find 2 other people. Find 2 other people. That might mean you need to move, and that's okay. So just find 2 people so that you're in a group of 3. Yep. Of course, do what feels best for you. If you're like, this is not my jam, that's totally cool. I'll give you a little bit of a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Yay. So if you want to, as long as you can hear me, I just want you to now, with your physical bodies, if it's good and safe for you, just to position yourself so you're kind of looking at each other in a little pod. Awesome. Great. All right. And so this is an exercise we do during our training with the volunteers. And this is an exercise and a practice that I learned from one of my teachers, Nayo. This is a practice called heart listening. And so what will happen is that we're going to spend about 10 minutes in this triad, in this little group. And there are going to be 3 roles. There's going to be a teller, a listener, and a witness. And by the end of this experience, you will have gone through all 3 of those roles. Okay, so I'll be keeping time. I'll tell you when to switch to the next role in the group. But what will happen is that the teller will tell something, will share a piece of their story. The prompt is very simply, what's on your heart? What's on your heart? And you can share and disclose as whatever feels comfortable for you. And you'll have 3 minutes. After those 3 minutes, there'll be a pause, and the listener will reflect back to you as the teller what they felt, what they heard as you were sharing your what's on your heart. So the listener, your work in this is to really listen, to listen with your full body, to listen with your heart. You are not giving verbal cues. This will feel really awkward. So you're not doing, oh yeah, girl, I know. You're not touching the knee, none of that. You are grounding in, and you're looking at the teller, and you are listening deeply. That is your work. And when you listen deeply, you're going to notice that it's not just in your head. There's going to be energy and sensation that's going to come up in you when the person says a certain word or pauses. There's going to be emotion that you notice. So track and listen to that information. So when you have you're going to have 1 minute to tell and reflect back what you felt and heard as that person shared. The witness, your work is to hold that exchange in unconditional care and support. And you can do that in a way that feels best and comfortable for you. You're witnessing the exchange. After that round, so each round is sort of 4 minutes, you will then switch. And your group can figure out the dynamics of how you want to switch, but you'll switch roles. So by the end of the time, you will have been all 3 roles. I'll be keeping the time. So the prompt is, what's on your heart? The work is, as the listener, you are listening with your entire being from your heart center to what is being shared with you. And then you'll have 1 minute to reflect back what you noticed and felt and heard as you listened. And when you're the witness, you will also in silence hold the exchange in the space. All right? Any questions confusion. Yeah. Yes. They're just listening and witnessing. Absolutely. The only person talking during this sharing is the teller. And then for the 1 minute, the listener will reflect back and share what they felt and heard. Thank you for that clarifying question. Y'all are amazing. Okay. All right. So the prompt is, what's on your heart? I'm going to keep the time, and we'll be back here in a little bit. You can go ahead and begin. The prompt is, what's on your heart? So go ahead and wrap up your final shares or your final thoughts. And now, listener, if you haven't already started, listener, go ahead and start reflecting back. What did you notice? What did you feel? What did you hear? Beautiful. Wrap up your reflection, and it's time to switch roles. So go ahead and wrap up your reflection and switch roles. Decide who's sharing next, decide who's listening next, and who's witnessing next. And you can begin the second round if you haven't yet. Begin the second round if you haven't yet. What is on your heart? What's on your heart? One minute. 1 minute. Go ahead and wrap up your final thoughts. And now 1 minute share for reflection. Listener, it's time for you to reflect back. What did you notice? What did you hear? What did you feel? It's time for the reflector to reflect back. Beautiful. Go ahead and wrap up your final thoughts and move into the final round, final share. So you should be moving into the role you haven't done yet. and we'll start the final share. What's on your heart? One minute. 1 minute. Okay, it's time for the reflector, the listener to reflect back. What did you hear? What did you notice? What did you feel? Listener, it's time for you to reflect back. 1 minute. All right. We've reached our time. Be sure to thank your pod. Thank your pod, and I could have your attention back up up here. Thank your pod. And if I could have your attention back up here. I know. If you can hear my voice, go oh. If you can hear my voice, go oh, oh. Whoop. Awesome. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for holding space. And this is an exercise that you just did. And I am curious just to, I'll probably take maybe 2 or 3 folks. If you feel like you want to share, what was that experience like for you? What surprised you? What did you notice? Answering any of those 3 questions or more. It's kind of, there's like glare in my eyeballs. So if you maybe want to just stand up so I can see if you want to, anybody want to share out what that experience was like? Anybody? Oh, okay, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that impact. And I love that anybody can do this, right? This is not rocket science. Yes, here in the black. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We'll pause there. And I think you're feeling it. I think you're getting it. Like, we can all do this for each other. We should all be able to practice this together. And the significance of this experience and being listened to without someone trying to fix you, particularly when you're integrating a psychedelic experience, is really, really profound. It feels like such a simple thing, and it is extremely profound because it continues to center the choice and the power on you, and not someone external from you deciding what is good for you. It is allowing you to have this space to be reflected back to be held, and it has extreme impact that some of us experience just now with strangers perhaps that we don't know. That ability for connection is real, and we're literally, as human beings, wired to do this. We are empathetic, thoughtful, and caring beings at our core. And so to understand the power of that is important, I think, for us. To know that peer support, alongside, in accompanying the medical model and accompanying therapy, can be very, very powerful. And there's a place for peer support within the medical model. And If you decide to be a peer support volunteer, you can be part of that. But also, we are launching our psychedelic citizenship training. And these practices, it's very practice related, so we do a lot of these exercises together. We want to be able to hold space for that training to teach as many people, Oregonians, to do these, to know what these practices are, to know they exist. And that psychedelic citizenship training would be sort of it's like an essentials training from our 4-day training that we do with our volunteers. So that everybody kind of has the basics of understanding what psychedelics are, understanding what they're not, understanding the 10 safety principles of psychedelics, understanding the sort of 101 of holding space, the art of holding space, understanding how to interface with emergency services if it comes to that, and understanding where some of the larger resources are and where you can get deeper training. But this sort of essential training is something that we feel is really important, and that we'll be launching that training in Oregon, in Portland, either the end of this year or the beginning of next year. So know that we definitely intend to also, work with the Portland Psychedelic Society, to support our efforts and join forces if that's welcome. And I think that it's time. It's time for us to all know these skills so that it can be normalized, so that we can be safe. Yeah. So I just want to say, before I open up to some questions, is that this beautiful image you see here is the cover of our impact report for our first year. There's some people in this very room, perhaps, who are up on the cover. Some people you might recognize, and that's beloved community, right? We're a beloved community, and we're connected through all of this technology. And so if you want to read the report, it's on our website, our impact report. You can see some of the data that came in. You can see what some of our sort of triumphs were. But I want to really also lift up and celebrate that 12% of our calls in our first year came from the state of Oregon. Which is the most, is the largest percentage of any state in the, from the first year. So we can only imagine that number is going to go up, and we're into that, And I think your support in helping us get the word out is super, it's just super important, and it's not hard. So some things you can do to help right now: go to our, follow us on social media for one, and just repost one of our posts once a day. That's a really easy thing. You can go to our website, and there's a link it says shareables folder. So if you click on get involved, there's a link that says shareables folder. You go there, there's a whole file, Google file, full of images and pictures and data and all types of stuff. Share that with somebody once a day. Pick 2 people a week to just say, hey, do you know about Fireside? Save the number in your phone. The number is 62-Fireside. So 62-Fireside, we'll be by your side. And you want to go deeper, become a volunteer. Right now we have, our applications are open for volunteers. That's going to be open until July 5th. So if you're interested in applying, again, go to our website and apply. We'd love to have a larger number of Oregonian volunteers also. And then if you check out, we have positions open, paid positions that are open that support our expansion and that support our ability to, make the organization run, so you could come work with us. And this also follow and be involved by following us when we have more opportunities coming up. So you can follow us on Instagram and Facebook and all of that. You can also join our newsletter. So we send out a monthly newsletter with a lot of updates there. So I think that when I pan back from our role within the psychedelic ecosystem, and I'm really clear about we have a very distinct role, it's so important for us to also understand the bridges that we need to build. into other parts of the ecosystem. So with researchers, right, and with the clinics, and sort of like what, you know, in like medical clinics and whatnot, as well as what does reciprocity look like? And, you know, what does education look like? And who are the organizations that already exist that are doing really solid work? I think coming into the ecosystem as we have no desire to displace anything or anyone. We really want to build bridges because that is how we're all going to survive in this and stay rooted and strong. So I am open for all types of questions. I'm also here tomorrow and I'll be tabling. What I would love is that at the end of tomorrow, I have no stickers. That is our challenge. For the end of tomorrow, I would like to be able to go home with no stickers because that means all of you have them. So don't be shy. Don't just be taking one and be like, oh, I'll take one sticker. You better grab a handful of stickers. Grab a stack. Put them in wherever, bathrooms and lobbies and your friends. Like, let people know, get the word out there. With that, I'm going to pause and open up for some questions. I really can't see that too well, so just if you have questions, just shout them out from the rafters. I use what? Yes. Thank you. I love that. So our public-facing training that we'll be doing, it's called Psychedelic Citizenship, and there's going to be different sort of levels. We envision that there will be a passport kind of involved with it. You can get stamped. It's going to be super cute. And so for us, what that means is that you sort of take a pledge and an oath to take the training and then to use those skills to support people and to educate your community. So just like you would take CPR, because it's a good thing to know to do because it could save a life, the same thing is true with becoming a psychedelic citizen. So understanding the power of reflective listening, understanding how to interface with emergency services if you need to, when you're supporting somebody who's having a psychedelic experience, knowing where the best resource lists are and being able to point people that way. Yeah, those are some of the staples or pillars of becoming a psychedelic citizenship, or becoming a psychedelic citizen. And we will be really pushing the word out about that training probably toward the end of the year. So if you're interested in becoming a psychedelic citizenship, and know there's going to be t-shirts and stickers and buttons and all types of stuff, but also we'll be training people on how to do that training. So if that's something of interest to you, definitely, again, subscribe, follow us, and come be a part of it. Great question. Yeah. To use. So we have 10 safety principles for psychedelics. And so to use, I would say, one of the first things that we always say is know that psychedelics aren't for everybody and to do your research. So to understand like your family lineage, your family history, and because there's just some psychedelics that aren't for everybody, right? And one psychedelic could be really great and another one like you just don't jive with. So I think there's a lot about research and like just looking stuff up. I would definitely point you to Arrowhead as a resource. I would point you to DanceSafe as a resource. And you can find all of the things I'm saying on our website, on our resource page. I think that one of the other safety rules that I lift up is like, don't go it alone. Don't go it alone. Especially if you're taking a really high dose, like have somebody who knows what's going on with you. Have someone who knows where you are. Because particularly if you're taking a high dose and like you're gonna go outside. Those two things I would say is risky. that's like I'm gonna go take a walk in the woods by myself and I'm gonna take 5 grams of mushrooms. Like, okay, but know that that's like high risk behavior. So don't go it alone. If you have to, have a sober person who knows where you are. Have the Fireside app in your phone so that you can press the big orange glowing flame to get some support if you need it. Another safety principle that I would definitely throw out there beyond those two is, I think someone mentioned this earlier already, was like, understand your set and setting so that if things start to get a little uncomfortable and feel challenging, like just changing simple things in your set and setting could really change the course of your psychedelic experience. And not to say that you can't and shouldn't have a challenging experience, because a lot of learning can come there, but know that you have more control than you think. So you could change the music, you could put a blanket on, like I see some people having here. You could, also, switch the lights on and off. Like very simple things can really change our experience. And so I think understanding and remember the power that we have within those experiences is super important around safety. And then I would just point you to our 10 safety principles, like they're right on our website. That's a really great question. And I could definitely talk to you offline more about that too. And I know I'm coming up against time, and I want to be respectful of that. We've been here all day rocking it out. And I would love to end with a song. Would people be into that? Yeah? Okay, cool. So this is a song that came to me actually after a really intense and powerful ayahuasca experience. Some years ago, like in 2016, I recorded an album in 2017 called Mantras for the Revolution. And this is the sort of culminating song, and it's called Sweet Revolution. And the words are really easy, and I'm going to invite you to sing it with me. I'm going to go one round through, and then I'm going to invite you to sing it with me. And the words are, in one revolution around the sun. And then it repeats, in one revolution around the sun. And then it says, in this revolution around the sun, breathe in, breathe out, speak truth. And so this is about the one revolution that we are in, right, as humanity. This is about the one revolution you are in your lifespan and time, literally hurling through time and space on a rock around a controlled explosion. Just saying. Breathe in, breathe out, speak truth. That's all we can do. You got to keep breathing. Deep, clear, conscious, mindful, beautiful breaths. And then you must speak truth to yourself first and then to others. And if we could just do that, keep doing that, we're going to grow this sacred, beloved psychedelic community forevermore. And all the healing will be had. So I'm going to drop in, and then I'll sing it through once, and I'll invite you to sing with me. In one revolution around the sun, in one revolution around the sun, in this revolution around the sun, breathe in, breathe out, speak truth, breathe in, breathe out, speak truth. If it feels good, you can join me with a smile on your face. In one revolution around the sun, in one revolution around the sun, in this revolution around the sun, breathe in, breathe out, speak truth, breathe in, breathe out, speak truth. Thank you all so much.
One last time, folks. Give it up for Hanifa Nayo, Washington! Woo! That brings today to an amazing end. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for your energy, for your presence, for being such a special part of this community. I cannot wait to do it again tomorrow. Please buy a t-shirt on your way out. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful day. Enjoy the sunset. Take care. Peace.